I call this meeting to order. The time is 6:02 p.m. The date is June 10th, 2021. This is a meeting of the Berkeley Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. Pursuant to Section 3 of Executive Order N2920, issued by Governor Newsom on March 17, 2020, this meeting of the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force will be conducted exclusively through teleconference and Zoom video conference. Please be advised that pursuant to the executive order and to ensure the health and safety of the public by limiting human contact that could spread the COVID-19 virus, there will be no physical meeting location available. To access the meeting remotely, go ahead and click the Zoom link provided on the agenda, which you can find on the city's website, or if you want to call in by phone, you can see the number lower on the agenda as well. And I think we can move straight into roll call.
Thank you, Chair Mizell. Commissioner Fine?
Present.
Commissioner Jigu? Absent. Vice Chair Chima?
Present.
Commissioner Blake? Commissioner Lindheim?
Present.
Commissioner Dangerfield?
Present.
Commissioner Ghosh?
Present.
Commissioner Hyde?
Present.
Commissioner Malvido? Commissioner Polk? Commissioner Opton?
Present.
Commissioner Walker? Commissioner Harger?
Present.
Commissioner Diaz? Commissioner Lutzker?
Here.
Commissioner Ho?
Here.
Chair Mizell?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and move to public comment then. Let's see. So yes, to be clear, and this would be the first time for public comment. If anyone would like to give a public comment, you also have opportunity as we go item by item. If you have a comment that's specific to that item, or you want to add something during our conversation deliberation. It's like we have the Madam City Auditor.
I'm not yet a host, Shamika, so I can't let anyone in.
My apologies.
No problem.
There you go.
Perfect. I will allow City Auditor Wong in. City Auditor, you should be good.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Good evening. I wanted to just make a comment on a couple of things. One, on our police data audit, we found an error with regards to the, these are the parking enforcement officers. We inadvertently ran our script to lump them together as sworn officers. And so we will be updating our report to include an updated data. This does not affect any of the main findings of the report, but it does affect the number of parking violations, which should come down. The traffic classification is going to decrease from 24% to 23%. And so in light of this, we are going through our entire script and data to make sure that there isn't anything else. But I wanted to just share that update with you. And when we're done, we will present to you with this correction when we're done with the report. The second thing I wanted to comment on is there's been some conclusions that are being drawn about police time spent as a result of our report and our analysis. And I wanted to make sure to explain that we did not analyze anything beyond calls for service time. And as stated in our report and in previous presentations, we did not look at how the police department spent their time, total time during a shift. We only looked at within the time frame of a calls for service, how much time was spent on a certain type of call versus another. And we did not do a staffing analysis. So, and I believe the department will be providing that information to this group tonight. So I look forward to hearing that. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you. Any other hands for public comment at this time?
I don't see any, Chair.
Thank you. In that case, we'll move on to approval of the minutes for our May 19th meeting. Are there any concerns, comments, or objections to approving the minutes? Hearing and seeing none. Can we go by unanimous consent?
Absolutely.
I think because we're on electronic platform, we have to do roll call.
Roll call.
Commissioner Fine,
Yes.
Commissioner Jigu,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chima,
Yes.
Commissioner Blake, Commissioner Lindheim,
Yes.
Commissioner Dangerfield,
Yes.
Mr. Ghosh,
Yes, but I'm confused why we need to do roll call.
Unfortunately, it's the law.
Commissioner Hyde,
Yes.
Commissioner Malvito, Commissioner Polk, Commissioner Opton,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Harger,
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz, Commissioner Letzker,
Yes.
Commissioner Ho,
Yes.
Chair Mizell.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will move to subcommittee reports. Our first report will be from the Policing Budget and Alternatives to Policing Subcommittee.
Thanks. I'm going to do that. We've been working on two different things. One is preparing questions that once we know the topic that the chief is going to present, that we can send her questions before the meeting. So we will do that before the 30th. We did prepare questions, but didn't have the time to send them before tonight. So I apologize about that, but you'll hear some of the questions. The other area that we've been working on is further down the agenda, which is how to make our meetings more efficient, how to get information in different ways. So you will hear about that in that section. So if anyone else wants to add something, please do from the subcommittee. If
I thought I would just add
thank
that
you.
some of these questions that we've been consolidating have come from the community, from some great outreach by Buna. But we welcome, questions once we understand the presentation topics, particularly that we'll be receiving from BPD. We would welcome anybody's submission of questions.
Anyone else? Thank you so much.
To community engagement.
I will just say, and then other people can chime in. We had a meeting with Cheryl, is it Bonacci of the National Institute of Criminal Justice Reform in order to expand the listening sessions to diverse groups and people. And so now we have listening sessions for the Black community, both residents and youth. I think Hector Movado can talk to the Latinx. And I know there are commissioners from the AAPI community who are working on it. And I am also working on them for the LGBT community. So perhaps people can update from there.
Okay, well, seeing no hands, if that's a report, thank you, Community Engagement Subcommittee. I think for all of us, that was a big point of making sure we're actually reaching communities that we need to reach. So thank you for doing that work. We'll now move into our action items for tonight. Our first one will be a schedule update from Mr. White.
Good evening. So in the packet that we sent out, thank you, Shamika, we've put in there an updated schedule for meetings to reflect kind of where we are in the process and what the horizon looks like. And in particular, thank you to Chief Lewis. We wanted to make sure that there was some foresight on upcoming presentations. And so just to kind of quickly review it, so all of our past meetings are documented. We've got our meetings that will be in front of you this evening, which will include a presentation on the budget, as well as staffing levels and beat coverage, which I think both these presentations will be responsive to a number of questions that we've received. We have agreement for a June 30th special meeting, and so the anticipation is for another presentation from our police department, and the topic is described in the packet, as well as we're hoping to receive a draft alternative responses report from David Muhammad and the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform. For July 8th, there are some amendments to this. This will be the last presentation from the police department. In addition, though, what we want to make sure is that we use this as an opportunity that we can get, some additional questions or all compiled questions from the task force so that the department and staff can be responsive to those. We would like to have Dr. Varhus come back and provide another update on the work around the specialized care unit, and then to have the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform come and provide a report on the community survey and the community engagement efforts that are underway. And then we did put out here for tentative, if the task force would like to possibly have a special meeting in July. At that date, we could have a representative of the Police Accountability Board come and talk to you about how we have civilian oversight in the city of Berkeley, but we do not have any other planned presentations from staff. We would like to propose having August 12th be canceled. We will have numerous vacations at the staff level and won't be available, and that is our typical time for recess period for council and commissions. And then 2 additional meetings, one in September, on September 9th, to receive the draft final report presentation from the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform, and then to receive feedback and input from the task force, and then on October to finalize that report, so then we can then take it to the City Council and Public Safety Policy Committee, as well as some additional community engagement around the final report. So that's what we wanted to just kind of go over with the task force. I know there was some eagerness to have some of the timeframes extended, so I hope this helps. This will enable us to meet the mayor's objectives around bringing forward recommendations in November when we have another budgeting process that kicks off. And this will also enable us to use this report in terms of development of our next 2-year budget cycle, which, as much as we're going through the current one, kicks up again in the late fall, early winter timeframe. So this will work out in terms of providing a space to include that as well. And the parentheses about rescheduling for the recess periods for September 9th and October 14th are typos. Those shouldn't be there. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. White. Are any questions for commissioners? Mr. Lindheim?
So if we received the Nick Jr. report on September 9th, when do we, as a group, ever discuss whether we think it's useless, useful, everything in between? How do we turn it into something since we haven't seen it? And I'm unclear how on October, whatever date you said, I missed that, how on that date, not really having done anything on September 9th other than receive the report and maybe ask a couple of questions, how we're going to come to any conclusions in the following meeting.
Well, hopefully, as we've done with the past report, for example, with the new and emerging models, we did distribute that to the task force ahead of the meeting. I believe you received that one about a week in advance and had time to obviously review it. So hopefully for this report, we'll do the same. We'll get it to you ahead of time so that you can review it prior to the meeting and come to the meeting prepared with comments, and then we can discuss those comments. And if we need to schedule another meeting in September for another meeting to discuss it, that's totally fine. So that Nick Jr. can bring back the final report to you in October so it can be finalized at that point.
Well, with all due respect to the compendium of new things, it was basically a list of what people around the country are doing. There was zero analysis as to how that related to Berkeley and how that would fit into anything in Berkeley. And so if we're going to get something on September 9th similar to that, I can't fathom how we're going to be able to say anything very interesting in October. But maybe that 9/9 report will be vastly different. But there were some serious problems in what was submitted to us. There was some, I would argue, substantial misinformation. But the most important thing is I don't understand how any of that relates to suggestions or possibilities or action items as they relate to the city of Berkeley.
So that's a great question, and I may have glossed over it too fast, and my apologies for that. On June 30th, there was a call out for a report to come from the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform, scoping out an outline of what alternative responses might look like in the city of Berkeley, which is sort of like the preamble to the final report. So that will be an initial outline of what are some alternative responses that could be folded into the final report itself for potential changes or options for community safety in the future. So you'll have some time to sit with that as well. Certainly, if you have any specific comments, I didn't receive anything from you specifically outlining the strong comments that you had to the new and emerging models report. So two things, obviously, at your doorstep. One is you can submit those comments to us, which would be super helpful. And two, this task force could obviously agendize this as a discussion and provide that additional feedback as well, which would be very helpful as well.
Well, just to respond to your comment, I made one comment regarding, in our meeting, regarding what I thought was just misinformation regarding cahoots. And if that is a central part of the report, I hope that it gets modified, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I'll defer to the representatives of our consultant team to talk about the changes that they made in response to your feedback.
Okay.
Commissioner Hyde.
Maybe the Nick Jr. folks are going to be discussing this at length, but I wanted to ask, is that group working together with anybody in the, say, city manager's office to head check the solutions that they're going to be proposing for viability? So on the city side, and then specifically also with the chief and her team to, again, check viability and, specifics to the city of Berkeley.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely will provide that input alongside the task force. So when we receive those reports, we certainly will offer them, feedback and input. But at the same time, we don't want to necessarily provide any input or feedback that would override the input and feedback that came from the task force itself. But certainly if something we thought was not viable or doable or possible, we'd want to express that to them and make that clear to the task force as well.
Thanks.
Commissioner Chima. You're muted, Buna.
Thanks. I was very surprised this morning during the budget conversations as to how easily we were able to find $8 million for the SCU. Would like to ask that that we get some kind of report in terms of where that money is coming from, seeing as one of our tasks is to find savings in BPD and reorganize BPD so we spend less on our police services. Also, we seem to be only talking about the SCU, Berkeley DOT, and what are some of the other community alternatives that I didn't find a lot of that in the report that Dan was talking about, but we're talking about public safety, and it can't just be traffic and mental health. It needs to have more around everything else that makes public safety, like our programs on the ground, how are they doing, what is the capacity? We have none of that information. So if we were going to make any recommendations on what might be needed, what might be added, when will we get a presentation on that side of the equation, the community-based capacity?
So certainly if there are any presentations that you're interested in, we've always had the door open to receive direction from any member of this task force. And in fact, this evening, Task Force Member Fine has a couple of presentations for the task force. So certainly if there are any groups that you want to hear from and you want to help coordinate and arrange and bring to this task force, that's always an option. If there's something that you specifically want us to reach out to, we're more than happy to help work with you and facilitate meetings as well. That's absolutely, that door is always open.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this item, commissioners? Okay, well, I'll just say briefly, looking at this, again, it's a proposed schedule and it will likely change some. I imagine that we will have more meetings that's in September. I imagine we may have a subcommittee that goes into the minutia on different issues within the report. I foresee those things, though certainly depending on how the next couple of weeks and I guess a couple of months develop, we'll get better understanding of what will be the best approach at that time. But I do know one of the few powers of the chair is I can call special meetings if we need a special meeting. And obviously, if we need a subcommittee to really get into a deep analysis, we can have that as well. So just want to, if any concerns about that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And Chair Mizell will absolutely help you, whatever way you need to help arrange those meetings. So no problem at all.
Thank you. Okay.
It looks like
Commissioner
Commissioner
Fine.
Fine's hand is up.
Hey, Commissioner.
Yeah, I just had a brief comment. In reading the new and emerging models for community safety and policing that was commissioned, which I'm really grateful for, I do think as an extension of the comments here that we don't have much that looks at the shifting of resources in terms of analyzing it for health equities, mental health, substance use, and also in terms of social determinants of health. And I'm going to address that later about a potentially new subcommittee, but I think it's really important that it's not just in the context of criminal, legal, and incarceration systems.
Agreed. Alrighty. All right, seeing no other hands, Commissioners, we'll move on to our next item, which will be presentation from the Police Department, and Interim Chief Lewis is here to enlighten us on the budget and the patrol practices of the Police Department. So thank you for being here, Interim Chief Lewis.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Good evening, everybody. I think Deputy City Manager Dave White's going to run the presentation for this and also provide some information to start of the overall city budget.
Yeah, give me 1 second to load it up. Okay. Does that show up as a full screen for everyone? Thumbs up, Chair. Great. So we broke this presentation up into 2 pieces. I'll just set it up with a quick overview, super high level about the city budget, just so everyone has background. And for those of you that participated on the town hall on Tuesday that the mayor hosted, this will be a bit redundant, but we acknowledge that not everyone may have participated. And then I'll turn it over to Chief Lewis to go through the police department itself, and she will direct me to move the presentation along. So we'll just start off at a very high level. What is a budget? Seems commonsensical, but I just want to kind of touch on a couple of different items here. One, it truly is an estimate of income and expenditures. And why we point that out on this slide is because even though we adopt a budget by the end of June, it is something that evolves over time. So we are actively always monitoring our revenues and our expenditures over the course of the year. And to the extent that there are pluses or minuses in either of those accounts, we make adjustments. And so I can give you, one example was after we adopted our budget last fiscal year, due to the unprecedented loss of revenue in our parking funds, we had to go back to council in November and use additional resources to help offset the deficits we were experiencing in our parking funds. To the extent that we have increases in revenue, certainly there are opportunities as well to expand services throughout the fiscal year as well. And I think, as everyone here well knows, really a budget should be a reflection of the priorities of our council and community. It is a financial plan, so it sets up the roadmap for us of how our resources will be expended. It establishes our funding levels, and I already mentioned the fact that it changes throughout the year. And of course, when we shape our budget, we're always looking to make sure that we're compliant with federal, state, and local law. So we have a very significant budget for a city of our size. Our total budget right now for fiscal year 22 is just under $600 million. About a third of that is our general fund, which is our discretionary fund that provides resources for a whole host of community services. The next big chunk of resources gets allocated to our enterprise funds. So think of that as our zero waste operation that picks up garbage and recycling, our crews that focus on our sanitary sewer system and our stormwater system, And we have for this current fiscal year a proposed budget for capital improvements of just over 75 million. What makes this job fun but complicated? I'm sure Task Force Member Lindheim resonates. He probably had a lot more funds in Oakland, but in the city of Berkeley, we have just over 200 funds that we manage. So let me talk about the budget cycle and the process. And there's frankly a lot that's not on this slide in terms of our process, but fundamentally we start at the top with our new fiscal year in July. That's when we start our budgeting fiscal year. And we have a moment in time in November to December when we close out the prior fiscal year, where we evaluate our surplus or deficit, and to the extent that our revenues exceeded expenditures, that provides a moment in time for council to allocate that surplus to programs and services. And they also use that moment in time to allocate any additional resources to capital. So that's where sort of the November, December conversation comes from. And you'll see a term there that is very bureaucratic and technical, AAO number 1. So when we adopt our budget in June, we adopt what's called an annual appropriations ordinance. And that's what gives us the ability to actually spend money. In November and December is when we amend it for any additional resources that may be available. And we call that number 1. It is not atypical for us in Berkeley to bring forward an amendment number 2 or number 3, just depending upon how expenditures are going and how revenues are performing. In a typical 2-year budget cycle year in February to March of the calendar year, we bring forward 2 reports to council that are very important and lay the foundation for the budget process. And we did that this year. One is our mid-year report, which provides council an update on how we're doing in the current fiscal year through the first 6 months. And then we bring something forward called unfunded liabilities report. It is by some stretch, it would be considered a pretty boring report. From my perspective, it's really fascinating because we're digging into, as a community, what are our needs? And we look at it both from our personnel perspective, so it covers things like what is our liabilities associated with our pension accounts and our workers' compensation accounts, but it also looks at our infrastructure. What is notable is that we have almost $2 billion of unfunded liabilities. Our infrastructure needs are over $1 billion for the first time ever, and our pension liabilities are around $700 million. In April to May, we bring forward department presentations, and that's a very long and grueling process because we have many departments in the city, and each presentation can last upwards of 30 to 45 minutes, and then there's usually a question and answer session. And those are all public meetings. Those typically occur with our Budget and Finance Policy Committee as opposed to the full City Council. And then in May, we bring forward a proposed budget to City Council, and that kicks off a series of public hearings, which we've begun for this fiscal year. It also triggers a whole host of meetings with our Budget and Finance Policy Committee, as I know some on the task force have been a party to. And then all this is leading up to and including an adoption of our budget in June. We are required to adopt a balanced budget by the end of June. So in total, we probably have upwards of anywhere from 10 to 20 public meetings on our budget, just depending upon the conversation between our Budget and Finance Policy Committee as well as our City Council hearings. So as you can see, there's a lot of opportunities for us to receive public input and feedback before the budget is actually adopted by council. Just in terms of how our budget is organized, this doesn't go through in great detail and depth regarding all of the funds that we have, but you can just get a flavor for some of the different funds at a high level that we manage. So I already mentioned our general fund. That is the most flexible of funds. That consists largely of discretionary funds, and that funds a whole host of departments and services. Our enterprise funds are our business, you can think of as our business funds, our parking funds, our zero waste funds, et cetera, that I talked about before. We have internal service funds. So those are funds specifically set up for groups of services that are provided specifically to city departments and that bill for their service. So think of that as like vehicle maintenance. When a department brings a vehicle in to get serviced, there is a charge associated with that service, no different than maybe if you're bringing it into a car dealer, and that's basically an internal service fund. We have debt service funds that are responsible for paying our debt. Special revenue funds, so these are specific revenue streams that we receive that have to go to specific purposes. You can think about there was a sales tax adopted in Alameda County, and those resources are dedicated solely to transportation improvements. We have trust funds, and then we have reserves. And the reserve that we most closely watch and monitor is our reserve for our general fund, because that is really critical for us to sustain operations in times of need. So for example, in fiscal year 21, when we were facing a $40 million deficit, we had to pull $11 million from that reserve in order to balance our budget. So this just shows you again, high level, what is our total budget? 532 million of revenues, expenditures of 593 million. That does look odd to the eye at first glance because it looks like we're spending more than we receive. And that is true. However, we do have reserves that we pull from. And in some cases, for example, we would do a bond raise. So for example, Measure T1, which the community approved to invest in infrastructure, we receive all the funds at once and they get spent over time. And so those are not reflected in the revenues. And so that's what helps us balance our budget. This slide here just gives you a super high level view of how our funds are dispersed across the organization. And this again represents all the entire funds. What you see by far and away, the largest department is our Public Works Department. And some of my slide is covered by the Zoom screen, but the next largest department is our Health, Housing, and Community Services Department, followed by the Police Department, and then you can kind of work your way around the pie chart. Economic Development number doesn't show, but it's a small department relative to the organization itself. And then this here setting up is before we move into the actual discussion around the police department. I just wanted to provide a little bit of perspective around the police department relative to the general fund in totality. And I wanted to do it for you on a historical basis, just so you can kind of see what that looks like. Why focus on this? Because the general fund is the predominant funding source for the police department itself. They do have some other funds that they draw on, as you'll see from the chief's presentation, but I would consider them largely ancillary with the exception of what is used to fund parking enforcement. So as you can see in the bar charts for the police department, from fiscal year 16 to fiscal year 20, the police department's budget increased, and these are actual expenditures, increased from about 59 million to about 75.8 million. And you can see in the general fund, and that's the line chart above, the total expenditures increased from 163.9 million to about 219.1 million in fiscal year 20. And what is important to look at is that annual increase over time and how the department has fared as a percentage of the total budget. So it's varied from year to year. Specific calculations aren't there, but if you take the average, the police department has generally ranged to be about 33% of our total general fund budget. And when you look at the annual average increase in expenditures, we've observed an increase in the general fund of about 7.5% per year, and the police department has increased at about 6.4% per year. So a little bit less than what the total general fund expenditures have looked like. And this is our current dilemma, and these numbers are a little bit dated because we're in the process of updating many of them, but you'll appreciate why we're having many sleepless nights during this budget cycle. Our current projected revenue for the general fund is about 186 million. It's really important that I express that that number reflects a couple of important council priorities. Number one, it excludes the revenues we receive from Measure P, which we allocate towards homeless services, and it's really exciting all the work that is done there. It also excludes the revenues that come from Measure U1, which was a recently adopted tax, and those resources go directly to affordable housing development. And we also have a policy in the city, which I think is fairly unique, but I think is terribly innovative, which is we take our property transfer tax, which is the tax you pay when a home is sales, And we assume 12.5 million stays in the general fund for general fund services. And then we take anything over and above that 12.5 million and it gets allocated directly to capital. And that is the process that council goes through in November. Our total expenditures, when you exclude what's associated with Measure P and you exclude what's associated with Measure U1, is about 206.1 million. What I want to point out to you is that for this current budget cycle, we have about 8.6 million in deferrals that are baked into the budget, which means we've reduced our expenditures by that deferral level. About 6.7 of those are attributable to the police department. There are about 30 positions in the police department that are being held vacant. About 23 of those are sworn police officer positions, and 7 of those are non-sworn positions. That results in a deficit of about $20 million. So we are working very hard right now with our council to develop a strategy to bridge that budget deficit gap. And this is an allocation right now of the proposed general fund. You can see, surprise, surprise, the police department is about 33%, fire department is about 17%, and so total for public safety is about 50% of our general fund budget. Health, housing, and community services is about 12%. Economic development is 2.5%. General government is a broad category that consists of a number of different departments: city manager's office, finance department, human resources, as well as our city attorney's office is in there too. And you can see we allocated about 7.4 million of general fund money to community agencies that go to a whole host of services. I do want to point out in total for community agencies, we allocate around $20 million. And this is just the general fund piece of it. And I think the rest of the departments speak for themselves. One thing you may notice is Public Works and Planning are grouped together at $7 million. And you may say, well, I thought Public Works was the largest department. They are. They have a lot of special funding that they receive between their enterprise funds and their capital funds. They pull in resources from a number of different channels, of which the general fund is just a small part. So now I'll turn it over to Chief Lewis, and I'll take her cue when to move the slides so we can dig into the police department for you.
Great, thank you very much. And we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so really with the goal with having Deputy City Manager White present first on the overall city budget was that as we started to have this more focused conversation on the police department, we sort of understood how the police department sat with looking at the entire city. What I've shared here is a look historically at over the last 3 fiscal years, not including this fiscal year, how we fell within our actual expenditures and our adjusted budget. And as you can see in Dave White shared, we have increased by about 6.4% over those several years, while the general fund for other departments has rose in a little bit greater aspect. And when I talk about our overtime costs and why we fell out or our adjusted budget didn't match our expenditures, you'll understand a little bit about why there's that gap in those numbers. Next slide, please. So what I shared here is our current fiscal year. And on the left-hand side, the pie chart that you see is our all funds expenditures. And as we learned a few minutes ago, most of our expenditures are via our general fund. The other one that I did want to point out on that chart for you is the 5% that is funded by parking meter fund. And I'll provide a little bit more detail about that in a few minutes, but I thought those two were of important note as you look at our expenditures. On the right-hand side, you'll see it broken down by divisions. And what was important for me to show in this slide was to show the percentage of that general fund allocation that goes to our police operations, as well as investigations and the other remaining divisions. And that very much is reflective of the way our personnel are allocated. And in a few minutes, I'll show you a slide that shows again how our staffing resources are allocated, so you can have understanding of as personnel are allocated throughout our divisions, how that reflects in each of those budget pieces. Next slide, please. So this slide shows what we have proposed our expenditures to be in this upcoming fiscal year. I provide that so you can see in comparison with the years prior. Not much changes over the years as to how our resources are allocated. Staffing patrol as our immediate emergency response is always a priority. And so you'll see most of our staffing supporting those activities. Next slide, please. Now, as we talk about our expenditures, I thought it was important to explain how those expenditures are allocated. I chose fiscal year 20 as a sample year just to provide that information. And as you can see by this, expenditures fall into three main categories. Predominantly, it's absorbed by personnel. That's salary and benefits for the personnel. So you can see what a large percentage of total expenditures go to that. And we did talk earlier about internal services and non-personnel costs. Internal services, as we explained, were city departments such as IT, vehicle maintenance, and fuel costs and facility maintenance costs. Those are all absorbed within the internal services. And then the non-personnel costs are the contracts we have with outside vendors, our equipment costs, our training costs, and our travel costs related to that. Next slide, please. I wanted to share this. This information is both the items we deferred last year to try to work to assist with bridging that gap of deficit of the budget, and then the deferrals that we are continuing into next fiscal year. And what I think is important is to really call out that the large amount of this deferral and the effect of holding those 23 sworn and 7 non-sworn positions. We have tried to maintain that 157 staffing level, and that's to create some space for the reimagining work to occur. Not just in light of addressing the deficit from the pandemic, but definitely to provide some space to see whether there were ways to allocate differently. Next slide, please. And as we discussed, this slide shows, and we've seen earlier our organization chart, but I really wanted to show this. One, the vacancy rate, 13%, reflects those deferred positions. Two, I think very much you'll want to return to this slide as we have a discussion about all the tasks that are accomplished by our patrol officer, our operations division, when we have our next presentation on calls for service and how we respond, because you'll see how our staff are allocated. And knowing that the highest percentage of our budget goes to personnel, if you're looking for ways to have an impact on what our overall our budget looks like, the effect that it falls within the allocation of resources within a division and what that effect would be. Next slide, please. Okay, so as I said earlier, there's 3% of our funds go to parking enforcement, or general funds to parking enforcement. And so I wanted to share, I know that BRCDOT, one of the items that's being looked at in that is the moving of the parking enforcement to Department of Transportation or Division of Transportation outside of the police department. So I wanted to share this information just so you had some more background. You'll see that the expenditure types fall very much in line with how they exist in the other divisions. The non-personnel costs, it's the training, it's the equipment, the internal services, that's the parking enforcement vehicles and such. It also includes just the facility and maintenance costs. And then I also wanted to include, just for your information, while the unit has oversight by a sworn lieutenant in the traffic bureau, the supervisory chain of command is all non-sworn for parking enforcement, starting with the parking manager, then 2 supervising parking enforcement officers, and currently 22 PEOs. We have deferred 1 position out of the PEOs during this deferral time. And then one other piece is, I'm sorry, can we go back one slide? Yeah, just one other piece that I think is important here is that there's some questions about revenue that's generated by parking enforcement officers. And I just want to point out that revenue goes directly back into the general fund. Okay, next slide. Thank you. So here we are talking about revenues. While the police department is not a traditional revenue generating department, there are some revenues that we gather through the work that we do, whether it's grant related, asset forfeiture related. But predominantly, again, we feed into the general fund, and the way that we do that is through the reimbursable overtime services that we provide, jail booking fees that we collect from other agencies that use our facility, some of our post-training reimbursements that we get for attending training and other avenues. Next slide, please. And I promised you I'd mention the overtime budget. It's something that we have been working really hard to sort of write the number. And for many years, our overtime budget sat around $2.5 million. If you look at the historical average of overtime, you'll see where we fall. This year, we have requested and projected a budget allocation of $5,764,000. And that's based on looking at how we fell the last several years, and then knowing that with our current staffing level, that staffing level being at 157, that it would require overtime to staff our beats, and also anticipating sort of the typical things we see as the shelter in place has been lifted and restrictions are reduced. Knowing that special events are going to be returning, that we'll be asked to staff those things, we're anticipating that overtime need. But if you look at, consider that the $2.5 million of our budget over those years, and then see, it kind of explains that gap in our actual budget, in our budgeted amount that I showed you on the very first slide. Next slide, please. I really wanted to sort of leave this conversation calling out some of our challenges around the budget. We talked quite a bit about how long it takes to hire, recruit, train someone to become an officer here. And deferring those positions has been a challenge for us. It's put us in a position that if we continue to lose officers and knowing the amount of time it takes to hire and train, we could be in a position where it's challenging providing the same level of community safety and service that we're providing. And right now we sit at 157, our authorized level. And I do need to share with this group that we have multiple people who have stated not only ineligibility, but intent to retire, but we also have officers who have been looking to background and lateral to other agencies. So we do know that we have the potential to lose officers. And again, that puts us in a really challenging situation. It's also important for me very much to retain high quality staff. And the way that you do that is by ensuring that they have the proper safety equipment that they need, that they have the training, that there's adequate staffing so that morale stays high and they're not overworked. Again, that's a challenge as we sit at our deferred staffing level. Finally, next, another challenge I wanted to just call out was, we are undertaking some very important and massive projects and work as we do the reimagining work, the implementation of fair and impartial policing, working on the transition to the Police Accountability Board, and our responses to support the referral about hate crime reporting. And those things have not only an impact on our time and ability to do the work that we do on a regular basis, but also the costs around developing those programs and adding new training have all been a challenge for us to conduct under our current budget. So those are just the things that are sort of calling out to me as we look and try to work within our existing budget. So again, I was just wanted to provide kind of a broad overview of our budget. Know that there'll probably be more specific questions and can answer some of them now, and I'm happy to receive more questions in writing if there's nuanced pieces of the budget that you'd really like to see more information on.
Thank you, Interim Chief Lewis. Commissioner Lindheim.
I just have two quick questions. Of your overtime, how much of that is backfilling vacant shifts that are already budgeted for? And how much of that is additional money beyond what's budgeted for?
I'm not sure I understand your question. If you're asking if the breakdown of the percentages of our overtime, predominantly our overtime is spent backfilling for staffing shortages and vacation, authorized vacations. Was that the question, or?
Well, if you have 157 officers and you believe you need, let's say, 167, to what extent is some of that overtime backfilling the shifts that difference between 157 and 167 would have accounted for?
Oh, I get what you're saying. I'm sorry. So we have a minimum staffing level by MOU agreement with the union and by our current staffing system, which will be explained in the next presentation. So we don't sell overtime to backfill for a position unless we are dropped below that minimum staffing number. So for example, a team might be allocated 11 or 12 officers or 11 officers, but the minimum staffing level for that particular team is 9. So if there were 9 officers there that day, we wouldn't sell overtime for those 2 people that were off. But if we had 8 officers, we'd sell 1 position to get back to 9.
Okay, the second question is, do you have on your staffing slide, do you have an equivalent slide broken out between sworn and non-sworn?
For overtime specifically?
No, just on a separate question. So you had a staffing slide and it had
Right.
used by every function, but it brought together both sworn and non-sworn.
Right. So I can provide that to you. That was part of our initial presentation on our organization back, I think, on presentation 1, but I can certainly pull that back together and provide that to you.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Mr. Lynn? Oh. Okay, yeah, I think we can go ahead and move on then. Thank you for that presentation. And let me find my agenda.
I think Commissioner Hyde has a question.
Oh, Commissioner Hyde.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm multitasking. Kids needed something.
No problem.
So I would like to ask if Chief Lewis can give us a breakdown of how patrol officers spend their time. So we realize that there are a variety of categories, and there will be proactive and reactive situations for officers any given day. But can we hear what the top, anywhere from 3 to 6 or 7 buckets are that a sworn officer out on parole would be, what their time would fall into each day?
Right. I think you mean patrol, not parole, though, right?
Did I say? Yes, that's what I meant.
Okay. A little bit of that will be answered in the presentation we're about to give. And I think the rest of that is answered in part by the auditor's report about the type of calls. So we'll, in the presentation we're about to give, we're going to explain how an officer's day predominantly is spent. And then the auditor's report told you of the part of that day that's spent responding to calls for service, what the types of calls they were responding to were.
Right. So we do know that there's some more information coming, but that's only covering their reactive time when they're being instructed by the chain of command and by dispatch. We'd like to hear about from a proactive stance when they're not being directed by others. What are the top 3 to 7 buckets that their time falls into?
Okay. If you don't mind, can I hold that question till after the next presentation? And if it's not clear, then I'll make sure I understand your question and we get it answered.
Okay.
I think that'll get cleared up a little bit after this next part.
Okay. Sounds good.
We'll see.
Commissioner Ghosh.
Hi, thank you for that. I'm still digesting a lot of the numbers and the information. I'm wondering, just like the parking enforcement, if you could share with us the Traffic Bureau division, the budget amount as a separate number. And I'm also wondering when the police department does traffic management, how you all determine staffing for that. Is it all sworn officers who do that? And when it comes to overtime, I'm also wondering what situations constitute overtime. Is it special events? Is it, I'm sort of trying to understand the relationship between like traffic management, special events, emergencies, understand sort of a breakdown of that. But mostly I'm interested in understanding the Traffic Bureau, what their budget is, and the budget of the for traffic management and who does that. Yeah, I'm good for now. Thank you. Did you have an answer now or?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I have the questions right, and then I'll provide you a written response so you have it all together that can be shared with everyone. So a breakdown of how the traffic division is funded, like so what each individual pieces within the traffic budget are and how the parking enforcement relates to that. Yeah, and then how we determine who does the traffic enforcement when there's specific traffic enforcement projects, like
blocking off blocks of the street, or the
Okay.
marathon happens. That
Okay,
kind.
so
So not like traffic enforcement in general, but yeah.
right,
Event management, I guess. Or
right. I can answer that, which is when we have an incident and parking enforcement officers are available, so they're on duty, and we have an event like the fatal collision on Marin, then instead of using a sworn officer to block an intersection or block a street where they're available, we'll use parking enforcement and then dedicate those patrol units to either assist with the investigation if they're needed, or go back into service and respond to calls for service. If we have a special event that requires, we know a large number of personnel, either a parade or the Berkeley Half Marathon or some event like that, or a Cal football game and things like that, we will use parking enforcement wherever appropriate based on the task that needs to be accomplished.
okay. So already using non-sworn officers. So okay, I'm just trying to understand
Right.
why if it needs to be for any reason under the police department, and it
Right.
seems to me like there's not a huge reason. Is there when you do the traffic bureau budget, could you also share any additional places that you get revenue from to fund, just like I think you showed something for parking enforcement, that the revenue does it all come from general fund? I thought I saw that the revenue stream is actually a little different.
We do get other revenue in our budget from other funds, and some of those are traffic related, like OTS grants and things like that. Though none of those grants pay for the people. They most typically pay for either a training they attend, or if we do some kind of enforcement, some overtime enforcement, it pays for that.
Yeah, as one reason I hate nonprofit or any kind of grants, they never pay for people. But okay, can you share those numbers with us? I just in general just want to understand. Does it help offset any costs, or does it just mean you're doing additional work?
Yeah, it's typically additional work on top of the regular duty. Yeah. And then you had a final ask, and I can get that to you, is a breakdown of typically what our overtime costs are associated with, whether it's a special event, and I can provide that.
Awesome, thank you.
Commissioner Lutzker.
Yeah, thank you. Just following up on the question about overtime, I would be interested to know, because I don't really have any idea how this works, what amount of overtime is like you assigning people to work a shift that they wouldn't normally be working, versus also how much overtime happens when someone ends their shift but are in the middle of some sort of action, and they can, like, especially I'm thinking, my concern is that there may be some sort of proactive action, to use the language of Commissioner Hyde, that someone decides to start doing at the very end of their shift. So I'd be curious to know how much of that overtime is like a full shift, here's something you're doing, versus just kind of straggling on at the end of a shift. Someone continues to be involved in something.
Okay, I can share that all of those things that you're describing are managed by our supervisory personnel. So, for example, if someone calls in sick and that drops our beat to below a minimum number, an on-duty personnel, because we have personnel on 24/7 for patrol, an on-duty personnel sergeant would find someone to fill that staff. So there's not an overtime cost associated with finding someone to work that overtime, if that makes sense. And then the shift extension, we have a couple ways we safeguard that. or try to prevent that. It does happen on occasion when someone is a handling officer on a case and it's a protracted, prolonged investigation, a complicated investigation. But the preventative things we have to deal with that are one, there's a system in place so that if a call comes in during an officer's last hour to 2 hours of the shift, depending on whether they're working a 12.5-hour shift or a 10-hour shift, if a call comes in on their beat where they'd be primarily assigned, it's not assigned to them by our dispatch. So, and the sergeants monitor that, and they'll attach someone who's either fresh onto their shift or is not about to exceed their normal shift length. And then the final safeguard that sergeants utilize or supervisors utilize in the field is that it's their responsibility to ensure that all their personnel are cleared off the board at the end of their shift. And when they see somebody's still on, they'll confirm why they're on, and a person's not allowed to stay past their shift without approval by the supervisor.
Any other questions on this presentation? Okay, Chief Lewis, I think we can move on to the next presentation then.
Great, thank you. And I'm going to be joined for this presentation by Officer Matt Yee.
So I think I have my screen shared. Does everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay, so just a quick introduction. Officer Matt Yee, I've been with the department for about 4 years now. Currently assigned to the Community Service Bureau, working with Lieutenant McGee to explore sort of data-driven initiatives and how we can incorporate data and analytics into crime prevention programs and strategies moving forward. My background in that realm includes a postgraduate degree from John Jay College of Criminal Justice, specializing in police administration, terrorism, and crime prevention analysis. I did work with the crime strategy unit with the District Attorney's Office in New York as an intelligence analyst, and then later on in San Francisco District Attorney's Office as a strategic analyst. So that's sort of my background and how it led me to this sort of position here at this department, looking at data and looking at analytics and how we can enhance what we do, especially when it comes to crime prevention efforts with the Community Service Bureau and beyond, such as patrol. So with that said, I'm going to turn the mic back over to Chief Lewis, who's going to start this off. We're talking about patrol operations here. It's not going to be too data heavy. I think it's important to develop understanding of the processes and the methods in which we look at patrol allocation and sort of what makes up the data points when it comes to patrol workload. So Chief Lewis, I hand the mic back to you, and just let me know when you need me to change slides.
Great, thank you. Go ahead, change slides. Okay, so you know, I know we keep coming back to this question, and we have really tried to work hard over the last several presentations to really explain and give you a broad understanding of the way that we respond to community demands and requests, and that comes in not just as calls for service, you know, the calls for services that we see generated by a citizen calling in, but also through our Community Services Bureau, our investigations divisions, other city departments like neighborhood services, and business owners, you know, asking us to complete some work, reporting a problem area, looking for a solution to, you know, sleepers in a certain area, or a problematic person causing a disturbance, or some other condition that's affecting the community. And there is a space of time where we are conducting proactive preventative patrols, and we'll talk in a few minutes about what part of the day of an officer's day that covers. That time is intended to be spent not only deterring crime by being active and present on your beat, but also to be engaged with the community, to be making meaningful connections with community members, to be talking to business owners and neighbors and community members. And then also to be conducting enforcement where appropriate and necessary. And again, the other sort of primary responsibility of a patrol operations is to be there and available and have enough resources if there is an event that is a disaster or some multiple in progress crimes, those situations where you have, like I talked about earlier about the collision on Marin, where you deplete resources really fast on that, and then some other incident happens or something else happens that requires you to get units involved, including, what we've seen locally and nationally, an active gun threat or a shooting, or other sort of important resource depleting events like a missing child, or someone with Alzheimer's who has walked away and it can't be found, where it takes quite a few number of resources to be available and immediately available to respond. Go ahead, next slide. And so, what I've shared here, and I know there've been a lot of questions about what our current patrol teams look like, how we're staffed, what our numbers look like. And I talked about there being 10 or 11 officers and minimum staffing and things like that. So what I wanted to provide here was just sort of an overview of what our beat system currently looks like, and an image that shows if we were fully staffed in the way that under our current beat structure, we were fully staffed, what that would look like. And you can see the time of day, the day of the week, and how those resources are allocated. And again, I mentioned that 11 officers may be a full team, but the minimum staffing level might be slightly below that. And what that does is it allows space to not have to sell overtime when somebody's on vacation or at a training or out sick for the day, that you don't automatically have to generate overtime anytime there's a small absence on a team. These patrol teams are rotated, so there's a seniority-based draw for officers to just determine what beat they're going to be on and what team they're going to be on. Again, this kind of gives you an overview of where we anticipate and hope to be at the start of every timesheet to ensure that we have enough resources to respond to calls. And next slide. And what we're really trying to drive to here is some of the key sort of indicators and the metrics to consider when we're talking about how many officers are necessary, and what that means when you pick that number, and what that provides you. And so kind of the things that are really important to me that are measured by this is, our community expects and demands a really high level of service from us. And that's the not just responding to the call and handling it, but having the space and time to be, to use a lot of active listening and ensure that extra services are provided, that restraining order information is given, for example, and things like that. That it's not just collecting basic information and leaving, but that we're actually trying to have an impact and reduce the trauma of the event. The other thing is that having full staffing, there's a direct correlation between morale levels and staffing levels. We learned that very much from the auditor's report on our dispatch center, that as staffing levels go down and people have to work harder and have less days off, that it can have a real impact on the health and wellness and morale of officers. And then you'll see response time on there. There's acceptable and unacceptable times to get to a call that's in progress where someone needs our help. And the fewer officers we have, or the more we get tied up, then that can have an impact on how fast we can respond to something. And then the final one you'll see on there is patrol time. And really what the important piece of that is, we'll talk about how much of a day may be spent with proactive preventative time. And that is the time when we're really asking our officers to make a difference in their community, to be engaged with the community, to prevent crime, to be a deterrent, to be visible and present on their beat. And so for me, it's important that there's not enough to have an intermittent presence because you're busy taking reports. We want our officers to be available in the field. Next slide.
Just let me jump in, piggyback on what Chief Lewis was mentioning. To keep in mind these metrics when we go through these slides and talk about patrol allocation and what officers do and how they spend their time, and how these metrics relate to each other and how one can affect the other. Say, for example, if our staffing level drops to below minimum, but we want to maintain that full service level, what does that do to our response time? What does that do to our availability when it comes to being proactively present in a neighborhood, in a community, and being accessible to the public itself? So our patrol teams are allocated when it comes into a breakdown of time. What you're seeing here is a beat map and how it progresses through the day when it comes to call volume. So you can see as it gets from yellow to orange to red, That's sort of the time in which a beat would sort of pick up an activity and call volume. How that translates to in patrol allocation is how many officers we put out there on the beats. So you can see what we do is we staff for peak hours, not for our sort of baseline, but anticipate historic and anticipated call volume levels to sort of peak during the middle of the day through the afternoon, sort of drop off a little after midnight. So what you see sort of from around 3 a.m. to about 12 p.m. in the afternoon, there's usually one patrol team that takes on 2 beats. So we go from a 16 beat configuration to a 8 beat configuration where one team covers 2 beats. That sort of reinforcements come sort of at 12 when another team comes on, and we anticipate that call volume to start picking up. And you'll get about 18 to 22 officers out there on the streets covering the beats, 18 being 9 times 2 with the minimum, and 11, 2 teams of 11 being a fully staffed patrol team. When it comes to the 16 beat geographic structure, our officers are out there as a solo beat officer, meaning they drive or ride 1 per car. They're responsible and accountable for meeting the community demands of their geographic beat itself. And those size and boundaries take into account the demands as well as workload distribution. We do analysis to see which beats are sort of taking on the heavy workload, what type of calls, the call volume, take into account the crime and the calls for service analysis, but also workload distribution in the sense that we want to allow officers to have the time to conduct proactive patrols, be accessible to the public, to conduct community engagement, to problem solve within their community, and do follow-up investigations, which I'm going to talk about sort of the caseload that patrol takes on. But other variables to consider is neighborhood integrity. The beats are designed so that we can maintain that consistency with the neighborhood so that a beat officer can know what's going on in that neighborhood, that the characteristics are consistent with the beat so they can be sort of the experts and the go-to person when it comes to problem solving. Also to consider is major transportation corridors. We want to make sure the beats are aligned in a way that officers can take major thoroughfares and get to calls expeditiously and rapidly deploy if we need to, and make sure we're hitting those thoroughfares in terms of traffic safety, right? If an officer travels along a thoroughfare more often, especially the thoroughfares here in Berkeley that align with Vision Zero that we know to have sort of traffic safety issues where sort of more collisions may occur. So those major thoroughfares come into play when we talk about beats is if we're traveling there more often, we can deter sort of unsafe driving behavior and take enforcement action if necessary. So this is kind of walking through the next couple of slides of how sort of a call gets assigned to a patrol officer. It's important to understand sort of what information is filtered down to the patrol officer. So when we have discussions about dispatch and the information that comes in and the triage and where we can divert resources and what resources we may need at a call itself, whether a person's in crisis, whether weapons are involved, and what type of nature of a call that we're getting. So I took 2019 numbers to look at general disturbances. That's a very broad category, just to show that that can sort of turn into a myriad of different things, but at the call type level, it's categorized as a general disturbance. This kind of addresses the issues and sort of begs a question of a deeper dive into our data to look at how calls for service connect with case reports, our other databases that may tell us more about officer workload and what type of calls that officers are assigned to and what they ultimately become. So in 2019, we had a little under 7,000 disturbance calls. So they come in through 911 or telephone. A dispatcher takes that call, filters the information, assigns it to a beat officer. The information that we're usually getting is this an emergency? Where is it happening? The nature of the call, whether weapons are involved or present, any descriptions, and if we have the time and the capacity meaning with our telecom and dispatch, if they can get all the information that they can to give us a better we'll never get a complete picture of what's going on until we get there. But if we can get a clearer and better picture, and we get the conditions, right? Is somebody in crisis? Is somebody having a medical condition? Do we need additional resources there? Do we need medical? Do we need our mental health professionals there? And what that ultimately turns into is what we determine it turns into sort of on scene, because until we put eyes on the scene and we assess the situation, we can never really know what we have. So this is just an example. The vast majority of disturbance calls are resolved as disturbances. But at the bottom, you see these are the number of cases we've had that where the call type started as a call for service for the general disturbance, and it turned into vandalism, theft, assaults, or weapons cases, or robberies, or domestic violence, and even sexual assaults. So it takes a level of sort of expertise and professional context when it comes to police officers assessing a situation to determine whether a crime has occurred. Another example is advice calls. I know advice calls come in. They may seem sort of simply somebody asking a question, or they could be classified as sort of a non-criminal community type of request. But there are advice calls that turn into crimes because an officer listened to the reporting party and actually determined, hey, no, you were a victim of a crime, or you actually witnessed a crime. And then that turns into a case. So speaking of cases, a big part of patrol and patrol's workload is the work that goes into making cases, both in quality and in quantity. So the next couple of slides, I'm going to run you through kind of different scenarios of the same type of call, which is a robbery that happened, say, just prior, which comes out as a priority 1. Typical response, if we have the numbers and the available officers, is you have a primary officer that goes to the scene. You have a cover officer that accompanies the primary officer to assist at the scene and to act as cover. If officers are available, they'll usually dispatch themselves, so to speak, or be assigned to conduct an area check. So say scenario 1, we get a robbery just prior. 2 officers go to the scene. 1 is primary, who handles the full investigation and case, and 4 for the area check. Some of the casework that's involved is taking the victim statement, taking witness statements, collecting evidence, canvassing for video, reviewing video, and then ultimately booking that evidence. The cover officer assists at the scene, may take on some of those tasks or just take a witness statement. All that work goes to the sort of caseload and case file to make it as complete as we can at the patrol level, so that when our detectives take over, they're not behind the 8 ball. And sort of, this goes to show that the work we do, if it's not done, it simply transfers over to the detectives, right? And our detectives take on a huge caseload. Their staffing is a different sort of topic, but we do as much as we can at the preliminary investigation level to make sure that we take a load off their shoulders, make sure we have a good quality investigation, a good quality case.
If I could just jump in real quick right here, Matt.
Yeah.
And I just want to expand upon that. With most of my career has been in the detective division, and without that initial contact from the officer, that rapport building that's typically built with the victim, who the detectives then need to follow up with, a lot of these cases will not be solved. Without that humanistic approach that's presented at the scene, and which can, in many times, with someone who's been a victim of trauma, a victim of a crime, whether it be a robbery, a sexual assault, it really matters the investment of time that we have with the victim from a patrol officer on the scene. And I recall one situation that I worked on that was a 24-year-old who called in to report that he had been sexually abused as a minor. And the patrol officer developed rapport, took over 3 phone calls within a shift period of the night, and developed that rapport and created that connection to the detective bureau, so that when we came in the morning, we just expanded upon the already established rapport that the patrol officer was able to garner. And it was imperative to the case. And I know that because the victims, victim in that case and the victim in many, many other cases come back and tell us exactly that. They tell us that they come to Berkeley PD, they tell us that they come and report to us because we have the time, we invest the time, and we create that human-to-human contact that proves to be not only beneficial for the trauma that they went through, but it proves beneficial when there's a semblance of justice in that case, when that suspect gets arrested, and then we need to work through a court process.
So jumping back to this scenario, if we want to break down sort of the case workload and the officer time spent and the workload itself attached to this specific call for service, we can sort of generalize and say, you know, primary officer would take 120 minutes, cover officer 60 minutes on scene as well, helping out with statements, and each area check, maybe 12 minutes each. So if you add that all up, the workload is total 228 minutes. And you look at the average is 38 minutes, but the median's 12 minutes. Now I put this here in this slide because our officer workload and time spent on calls was portrayed in the auditor's report in terms of median. There are sort of reasons for that because of statistics, and there are huge outliers in terms of our data because of certain cases that sort of push skew the data one way, and then there's other sort of data that skews it the other way. So huge outliers, and in statistics we use the median to sort of look into that. But I think in officer workload, it's important to look at the average because that is time spent, and that time spent has to be sort of accounted for. And it is important to look at it in not just the median, but also the average. So if we take sort of the same call, say a robbery, but this is scenario 2, same thing, just priority 1, just to show sort of the workload and how that breaks down in terms of the data and how it's important to really look at it in many different ways. Same tasks, but if I sort of distribute it amongst all the officers that are attached, the 6 officers, and we break it down, maybe 60 minutes for primary, 40 minutes for the cover, 40 minutes after one officer does an area check and goes to the scene. It also helps out with witness statements. Some officers on the area check help out with video canvas, collecting evidence, and also collecting video. Right. So if you add all that up, it's 228 minutes. The average is the same, 38 minutes, because it's between 6 officers and the same total. But the median now gets closer to the average at 35 minutes. So you can see sort of how this plays itself out in different responses and different sort of number of officers attached to a call, and how long they spend on the call doing various tasks, and how that can change the data and how it's portrayed. Say we take away half those officers, and that's what we're left with. That goes into the case file, and we have a less complete investigation. So quality of investigation and quality of the work we do on scene to make sure we cross all those T's, check all those boxes, make sure we get those witness statements expeditiously, because we know that sort of the account of witnesses sort of deteriorate as time goes by. If we only have one officer that's supposed to take 4 witness statements on scene, we may lose a witness because they can't stay there. They have other stuff to do, or the statement itself is not as sort of accurate as we want it to be if we get it as fast as we can. So this kind of shows that workload distribution, how that's important. But if we look at scenario 3, same type of call, but we lose sort of 3 officers right off the bat if we don't have them available, and we only have 3 officers assigned to the same robbery call. But we want to maintain the quality of investigation. So we do have that primary officer on scene sort of longer, making sure they complete the investigation, do all the same tasks that you saw in scenario 1, so that we can maintain that quality. But then you have a beat officer that's tied up and less available. So that's sort of the trade-off. You have more officers to help out. That distributes the workload. They can clear the call faster and be available sort of in a more expeditious manner, so we can get back to our beats get back to that proactive preventive presence that we are. And just to show how that kind of changes, this workload is 192 minutes, but the median 60 and average 64.
Hey, I want to just jump in there real quick, Officer Yee. If you go back at least one slide for me, that'd be great. So one of the things that, if I missed it, I'm sorry, but one of the things we also lose by having less of officers available to respond to that call and do the area check is you lose that piece of the ability to intervene in a crime series or apprehend a suspect. We know from experience that, you know, an offender leaving the scene is going to travel out of the area for the most part, and that having multiple officers able to come towards that call and be available to do that area check on their way in highly increases the likelihood of that offender being apprehended. Thank you.
So sort of moving on from that micro to sort of a macro look and how all this workload that sort of compiles from call to call to call through the year, and looking at a macro sense of what patrol overall workload looks like. I want to start with there's no industry standard. I offer a caveat to this slide, but there is sort of precedent in terms of how it's analyzed. One of which is the International Association of Chiefs of Police that looks at sort of that breakdown of police resources and allocation. And they break it down to a standard of 1/3 of our time as reactive response to calls for service, 1/3 proactive patrol time, 1/3 administrative activity. Sort of a different approach was by the Police Allocation Manual. This was actually done by what we call NHTSA, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, which breaks it down to about 25% reactive response to calls for service, 25% proactive self-initiated activities, 25% proactive patrol free or uncommitted time, and 25% administrative time. It's important to note that, as I said before, there's not really a single benchmark that should be used as a sole determinant for staffing, but as a consideration in conjunction with sort of professional context to inform staffing decisions. So what we take into account is sort of this little template, but we want to do sort of robust analysis, make sure we do have accurate numbers when it comes to our patrol workload, because it is a huge part of all the metrics that Chief Lewis mentioned when it comes to both officer free time, officer committed time, officer wellness, whether or not we can respond in a timely fashion, and whether or not we are offering and providing that full service as a department. So with that said, this is an estimated projection of patrol officer workload, BPD, based on an aggregate data and assumptions. And the assumption is that we're looking at our patrol allocation as if we're fully staffed. We know we're usually not. We got that slide about sort of patrol staffing objectives and patrol staffing reality. But there's no way in our data to know exactly how many people we have each shift, or we're staffed for each shift, or whether we're under or not throughout the year. So what we can do is sort of take a look at if we were fully staffed, and we take a full year's worth of workload when it comes to sort of workload hours. For this, I took 2019's, and this is kind of the breakdown. So it's kind of in line with the IACP breakdown of a third, or a little busier than that 25% reactive that the NHTSA standard kind of had it at. And so about 29% is sort of response to call for service, which breaks down to 8% priority 1, 10% priority 2. So that's what takes up most of our time when it comes to calls for service, is priority 1s and 2s. Those are your in progress incidents or more serious incidents. And then priority 3s and 4s and above come out to be about 11% total added up. A huge chunk, maybe sort of surprising to a lot of people seeing this, is that a big chunk of our time is administrative and investigative follow-up. That makes up 38%, which is, take that in consideration that it is an assumption. We don't track sort of administrative time. There are functions in our sort of our CAD that we can put ourselves unavailable and sort of put ourselves out on administrative time. But because of reporting practices and inconsistencies in the data, some officers conduct their administrative duties but stay available. Some officers do it while they're putting themselves out via our mobile dispatch unit. So this is an assumption. It breaks down to about 20% report writing, investigative follow-up, or ancillary duties. Our officers on patrol have a lot of ancillary duties, some that I can think of, trainers, people that manage our equipment and technology to make sure that they are up to date, upkept, and the general maintenance of such. There's ancillary duties in sort of our special response team. We're not a huge department. So to make sure that this place is running functionally, it takes a lot of helping hands, and those helping hands come from patrol, and they act as ancillary. They're not full-time specialized only in specific duties. We take them on as patrol officers. Briefing prep, general administrative and sort of training time is important for patrol officers. Briefing time is where we sort of get that handoff from team to team to team, and we're trading and informing each other of information that's going to help us out there on the beats, whether it be crime series, problematic areas, problematic people that need attention, or Community Service Bureau is letting us know that there's certain people that we should pay attention to, that we need to help out on our beat, and so forth. It's sort of contrary to sort of the perception of us, but we are human beings. We do take lunch and wellness and break during our shift. It's an important part of and component of our day. And
let me jump in there real quick. Actually, two things I think are important in there. You talked about ancillary duties. One of our important ancillary duties is our peer support. And that's another administrative task that someone might engage in. And that ties directly also into the wellness piece that you have described in there. And just to sort of give some background on that, it's like we recognize and understand that there needs to be space for our officers to decompress after they leave some calls, in order to be in the right emotional mental state to move on to the next call. And so having that time in there recognized in there as well.
So lastly, that swath of time for patrol, that's what we sort of call community beat patrol. And that's where the proactive preventive presence takes place, our community engagement and our problem solving. Some things that I do want to clarify when it comes to calls for service data. I know there's sort of the perception that a big chunk of our time is done doing traffic related activities or traffic stops. But that officer initiated activity, which encompasses security checks, traffic stops, pedestrian stops, and on-view incidents, that actually happens in our proactive community beat patrol time. So that makes up, if we look at it in the aggregate, makes up about 3%. So it's not as big as it was formerly perceived. A note about officer initiated activity, the sort of one call type that stands out is the flag downs. May not seem like much, but for us as patrol officer, a flag down is that officer initiated activity that I see as sort of that positive sort of community accessibility that we have. It means that a patrol officer was out there in the community, in their beats, being accessible, where they are able to on-view something going on or somebody that needs active help right then and there, that sees an officer, sees that they're available and flags them down for help. So that falls into that 3% of officer initiated activity, which also falls into that proactive patrol time. And
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt you one more time. Officer, can you go back one more time? I'm going to return to the fact that to really try to explain that 38% and the importance of it. And, one of the things that we transitioned to this year was a blue team use of force reporting. We're starting to collect more and more data on our uses of force. And that process has required us quite a bit more administrative time to do that documentation. There's also upcoming time that's going to be spent as part of a special equipment ordinance that the council just passed, that referral, which is going to ask us to spend time documenting different uses or displays of certain weapons. And all those things, are important to have for us to have more data, but they have a real impact on, our availability during those other chunks of time. Thanks. Sorry about that. Okay, so we talked a little bit about this earlier on, and I really wanted to return to it. As you as a Reimagining Task Force are looking to look at, what our staffing levels might look like or how our resources might be allocated to some other responsibilities. I really wanted to drive home what my stated expectations are for our department is to be able to be responsive and provide that full service response to community demands. We are asked to do quite a bit by our community, and we do so willingly and are interested in being good community partners and city partners for all the things that are important in our work. And something like that, a perfect example of that is, the deaths that occurred at Civic Center Park this past weekend. The next day that the patrol officers came on, several of them were assigned to go over to the park and talk to the occupants of the park and check in and provide services. And that work was also done, by members of the city and other departments. But it is an important part of our work as we are engaged with our community to recognize that that is part of our community. And the response times, my expectation is that the community, when they need it, when they call us and need us, that we are there in a timely and reliable and consistent manner. Some of our neighboring cities are so busy and people report they won't call and report a crime or request assistance because they know that help or report someone to take a report and provide them that service isn't coming anytime soon. And so for me, our response time matters. It's important. And, the accessible patrol time, that matters very much. That's, as reimagine policing, part of what's important is our engagement and our connection to the community and understanding how we are part of the community and how we can best serve the community and having the ability to prevent crime so that we're available and present to deter, in situations that are happening. But, for example, the recent case where an individual tried to kidnap a child under mistake, mistaking them for somebody that they knew, and having available officers in the area to be preventive when they see someone in a mental health crisis, calling in the right resources, providing the resources when they can, is part of what can be done in that available, accessible time. And so, part of what's important in our work is many of us are driven to this work because we want to make a difference in our community. And having a positive workplace where we know we make a difference in our community matters. And part of that is us being able to have that positive engagement with the community. And next slide, please. So, this for me kind of gets us to where are we going? What's next? And I know that you've asked me that question several times through our conversations. And I would really want to share and strive to really make it very clear that my expectation is that we do better with that community beat patrol time, that percentage of time where we are not directly responding to calls for service or completing administrative tasks that we have to complete or need to complete, but that during that time that we have available to our community, that we are doing a better job with that time. And that's where we make a real impact on what we see as disparate treatment, numbers that have disparity in stops. And, the question was asked of me is that, is it just implicit bias? And, oh, well, what are you going to do about it? And, my response is is kind of listed out here, and that's doing a better job during that time where we have discretionary time. And one of the things that I'm working on is a proposal to really continue the work that Officer Yee has started. This has been a great opportunity for us to really start to dive into our data and what it means and how we work. But to create a unit that actually has us non-sworn analysts that can really dig into the data deeper and can answer those questions that come up about, what impact are you having? What effect is your work having on what you're doing? And what do your stop numbers look like? And what do your yield numbers look like? And are you ensuring that you're stopping the right people and being effective in the crime that you do? So, staffing up a unit that's able to connect with the officers and provide that information, but also to provide good information, reliable information, good data. And the other thing that we're looking at is how to make better use of the patrol staffing time that we have. Is the current model that we have the best? We don't know. We do know that there are some alternatives that we could explore that leave the same number of officers on duty at a time so that we ensure that we're available and able to respond and assist, so that the high level investigation happens. But there's ways to restructure the existing bodies that we have so that they can better be problem solving teams. We have found that having that bike team is incredibly effective. That's a team who is very familiar with a certain area, that is familiar with a problem, who works with the analysts to get data about problematic people and problematic spots on the area that they patrol. They have great relationships with the community. They're well received in the community for the work that they do. And, finding a patrol structure that allows us to build more of those teams would be something that I would find highly beneficial. And also, I think one of the things that's really going to kind of help us work through or forward on this progress is having a very focused training goals to include continued regular training on the areas of not only de-escalation, but principled policing and, the things we've talked about around implicit bias and not just taking those trainings once, but finding different and new trainings and finding different ways to hear and learn about the issues that are affecting us and that might impact the way that we do our work. And then, another area that I think really we could be stronger in, and I want to see us get stronger in, is our community engagement strategies. I think we talk about community engagement and how it's important. Some officers are really comfortable and good at it and are comfortable getting out and talking to business owners. Some are a little shyer and just don't have necessarily trained strategies on how to engage in that work. And so I think we could do a better job of exploring what kind of strategies are out there to make us really effective at building real lasting relationships with our community so we can support each other. And so the goal of what I see, all those things coming together to sort of get us to, is that instead of just being reactive, that we solve problems, that when we're proactive and doing our preventative measures, that's problem solving, that we're using good data to be problem solving, and instead of just reacting to crime when it's actually already occurred, that we have those true, meaningful, strong community partnerships, that we're actually, very familiar, first name basis, understand the impact of problems for community members and are able to really help them solve their situations. And that the stops that we do engage in, those times when we have to take intervention and enforcement action, that we're stopping the right people. We're doing that, and we know that because our yield rates are going up, because we know that we're actually recovering evidence or solving crimes based on those stops. And that ultimately that the work that we do, the policing that we do, is data driven, that it's directly connected to what we see, the data telling us about, problem areas, problem locations, problem persons. So, that would sort of be my longer answer about where we're going and what we're looking at and where we hope to go with all of this work. And with that, I think our presentation is complete, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Chief Lewis. Commissioner Harder had their hand up first.
Thank you. With regards to the very, very tragic overdoses in the Civic Center Park, you said that your officers provided services to the unhoused community, and I was wondering if you could elaborate on that.
No, what I'm talking about is, walking over there several times, the officers engaging in conversations, giving people a space and time to talk about their experience and what their needs were. I can't tell you exactly what resources they directed them to. I wasn't there for those conversations, but the feedback that I got was that they thanks for being there, that they had some really nice conversations, good conversations, that information was exchanged, and it was a positive contact.
If I can just expand on that a little bit more, as lieutenant of Community Services Bureau, a couple of the community services officers, the area coordinators went out there, and the area coordinators have relationships with people that are living on the street and that they see on a regular basis, trying to offer services, connect them with services, also connecting other city services on the ground to people that might need that are asking for it. So it was really a check-in with those people, going over there on Monday, Tuesday, and really just checking in, because we see some of the same people on a regular basis. And we're just trying to have that humanistic relationship approach to help people. And it was purely with a lens of really like enforcement action, but more of education. Did you know what was going on? Did you hear about what happened in the park? How are you doing? Where are you at? What can we help you with? Who can we connect you with? Where can we take you if you want to go somewhere to get services or get some extra help? And just that check-in point, which, like the chief said, the feedback that we got was overwhelmingly positive. But I think it just unfortunately kind of highlighted what we really do on a regular basis.
If I can add to that, I actually worked the scene, and I worked this past weekend, and the response is immediate in patrol, that community-driven response, because we did develop a rapport with many of the people that live out there at Civic Center Park. So we can feel, and we're right there on scene where we see friends of those that suffered the tragic death. And we're out there, we're talking to them, we're raising that awareness. I can't speak to any cause because it's under investigation, but we're just making sure that people know that we're out there, that can refer them to services, and just to raise that extra awareness to be extra careful and safe out there. And that starts immediately as a patrol team when we're out there on scene and interacting with that community.
Commissioner Fine. You're muted, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you. During the first police presentation, I had asked about a liaison to the LGBT community and was actually connected at that presentation. The person was there, and they said they would get back to us on the task force in order to inform us about what that meant. And I haven't heard anything, but at this point, I really don't know that a partnership exists there. And what concerns me is, and I've mentioned this quite a few times, is there was a death in custody. I don't believe there are policies and procedures that have been put in place for interacting with LGBT people, particularly transgender folks. And if they have established relationships with some of the organizations like the Pacific Center in order to evolve some type of partnership relationship. So I don't know what to say, but it would be nice if somebody could respond to that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I thought that you were going to do a sit along or a ride along, I think, with Lieutenant Turner. I thought I saw that in the schedule. I might not have. I'm mistaken if I have, but she is one of our liaisons. Okay. And I will share that it has been several years since we've had an official partnership with the Pacific Center. I know that we have in the past because I was one of the people that was, doing that work. It was quite a while ago. I was a detective at the time. And certainly we do have policies in place around transgender awareness and sensitivity around those issues. And I can make sure you get those materials. I will share that I did look over our recent trainings and saw that it had been quite a while since we had some specific training. And we now have on our training calendar scheduled, I think it's a 6-hour block of training for all of our sworn department members to attend some awareness training around that. And what I'll also do around that is I get you the course description, share that course description with you guys.
I wanted to ask though, I mean, specifically, I went onto your website and maybe I just didn't find it. I tried to go through all of the policies and procedures, but I know you have so many, they may not all be posted. I would say it would be very beneficial to have them publicly available where they're easy to get to, not just for this community, but for other communities as well. I think it increases public confidence that you're looking to be culturally responsive to different groups of people.
Absolutely, thank you.
Commissioner Luxer.
Hi, thanks so much for that presentation. It was really good to see. I do want to push Officer Yee a little on some of the statistics around the officer-initiated stops, and maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree, but I was doing some back of the envelope calculations, looking at what you all were reporting, and then also what's in the auditor's report. It looks like what the auditor classified as events, which are like those priority 1, 2, 3, 4, as well as officer-initiated stops. Together, that accounts for 32% of the time, so the 29% of the calls for service, and what you're saying is the 3% for officer-initiated stops. But if you actually look at the number of events in the auditor's report, the total number of events she talked about was about 360,000. 3% of that would be about 34,000. But actually the number of officer-initiated stops found in the audit were 88,000. So almost 3 times that. So I would love to sit down maybe with Officer Yee to talk a little bit more about that. The numbers didn't sit right with me, and I'd just like to learn a little bit more about how you came up with that 3% number, because it does seem to be not in line with what the auditor's report numbers showed. We can do it later. We don't need to do it now, but that didn't seem right to me.
Yeah, my response and quick response is my door's open. If whoever wants to talk police data, I invite you to come on a ride along, and we can talk about data and look at sort of where we see differences or discrepancies. But just a quick, what I presented was a workload in terms of hours spent and a breakdown of that time spent. I think you may be referring, and I could be wrong, and that's why I don't want to make the assumption if we can sit down off base outside of this and talk about it, because there's a difference between call volume and comparing the volume of certain call types versus the time we spent on that. And how
that is helpful. I would be surprised that it's a threefold discrepancy, but yeah, I'd love to talk. Unfortunately, I'm still being really cautious around, my kids are not vaccinated, so I'm trying to not do a lot of ride-alongs. Second of all, I really want to thank you for, presenting around kind of this preventive strategy. I do just want to, I'm a public health professional and want to acknowledge that there's different levels of prevention. And I think that that's what a lot of this reimagining process is getting to. We have, what is called like secondary or tertiary prevention, which is like something is about to happen and maybe the presence of the police is like deterring that for the moment, at the moment that they are there. The moment that the police are gone, it may happen, but what are we actually really preventing anything? Or are we just kind of like, if you're there, it's preventing it? The primary prevention strategies, right, are like making sure people have employment, making sure people have homes. And I just want to, I want to not let this kind of like preventive strategies discussion go as though like this is really prevention. This is like catching, stage 3 cancer when we could have like caught it earlier, or we could be promoting exercise and physical activity and all sorts of things and making that easy for people to do. And just, that's really what we're talking about here in this reimagining process is like, I really appreciate the story that you shared, Officer McGee, about, the great work that was done around the victims of the assault. And that's, I think, in my opinion, the work that the police should be doing. That seems great. But, you know, from my perspective, like around traffic, people, you know, we all do it, right? You see the cop, you slow down. You go away, you speed up. Like, we need to make it so that people aren't going 60 miles an hour on a 25-mile-an-hour street. And the police being there, you know, that is a very temporary thing. And I think the same goes for a lot of other realms that people have expertise in here. Like, let's really, you know, think about real prevention here as the goal.
Sorry, I was checking the list here. Commissioner Hyde.
Thank you, Chief. This was an excellent presentation. Also, thank you to your fellow officers who really gave us some detail on, you know, some of the great work you guys are doing. My usual, I have some rapid fire questions. I have a handful of them. Shall I just go to it and you guys can answer and we'll knock them down? How long do beat assignments last? In other words, how long do the officers have to really know their neighborhood, know the folks within it, know the problem areas? How long does that last before officers move on to something else?
Yeah, so we do a beat draw every 6 months. I would say most typical, a beat officer will land on a certain beat and will stay there for quite a while. You know, so you'll know your beat officer. There are some things where someone might get bumped from a team based on seniority, and then that causes the reshuffling of beats. But a typical practice is once you're on a team, that if someone new comes to the team, they can't bump you off the beat. They would only be able to take a beat that was available, and they would take it based on seniority, if that makes sense. So
I think so. But
unless somebody wants to leave their beat, they can stay on their beat. So we redraw every 6 months, but someone can't show up on your team that has more seniority and kick you off your beat. So predominantly people will be drawn to a beat that they work on, and they will stay there for a period of time, a long period of time.
So just to put numbers on that, it sounds like the 6 month is a minimum, but it could go years. They could be on the same beat for years.
Right.
Great. Let's see, self-dispatching has come up in the community. We have occasionally seen large groups of officers, more than the two, the primary and the secondary that you guys mentioned, on site. So not talking about the area search, but the specific at the scene situation. And there was an incident in our district, District 8, at what the Elmwood Cafe has turned into, where it was a mental health situation. It happened on a Tuesday, so MCT was not available, even though the merchant tried to do everything possible to get to, you know, the most right resource for the problem. But at any rate, I recall in a conversation with her, she mentioned there were at least 3 cars, and I think at least 4, possibly 5 officers. And it felt more disruptive in terms of settling down the situation, you know, doing the crisis intervention and working with the person who was not having a great day. And was a little aggressive with some of the patrons of this merchant. It felt to lots of folks like that was too much. How on the fly are those kinds of decisions made? And if an officer is self-dispatching, can that be reeled in so that it's not a little bit traumatizing for the community who's really sensitive to these things?
Right, it's a great question. I can share some things generally and then specifically about that call. So generally speaking, you will sometimes see many officers respond to a call. Part of that is they'll be doing an area check on the way in. Even if you look at data about the number of officers that respond to a call, it doesn't always tell you how many officers actually arrive on the scene. So an officer who is on a main thoroughfare may put themselves on the call temporarily, do an area check as they travel up University Avenue. And then if they don't see the vehicle that the suspect was in, they'll then clear the call. So they'll show us somebody that was on the call and maybe never arrived at scene. Then you'll see sometimes when there's numerous officers on a scene, and that can, as Officer Yee explained, that can be because they're assisting with, going to all the surrounding businesses to ask if they have video, and if so, can we get a copy of it? Talking to all the witnesses that are there, ensuring that medical aid, is coordinated with the fire department if that's necessary. Doing all of those tasks. There's a lot of tasks, and sometimes, in order to ensure that people are back in service fast, more officers will come to help resolve that call. Of course, there's the balance then, like, how does that feel to the community when there's a lot of officers on a call? The measure that's in place around that is a supervisor. And so a sergeant arrives on scene, and you also hear it on the radio sometimes. If it's an in progress call and they've asked for cover, people will start to move towards that call until it goes code 4, which means that it's the situation is resolved. But sometimes that'll kind of get a lot of officers there. But you'll hear an officer get on the radio and say, I have enough units on scene. Everybody else can go 10-8 back in service. But a supervisor's job when they show up on that scene, and anytime there's more than 2 officers, we sort of get to the level where 2 is about the limit. If there's more than 2 officers on the scene, there's going to be a supervisor there also, because that's telling you is that it's some kind of critical incident. So you're also always going to see a supervisor moving towards that call, or at least assessing whether that number is appropriate. And then a supervisor's job is to clear units, make sure the street's clear the units if it's appropriate based on, the call doesn't need those many units or not. Specifically on the call up on College, one of the officers or personnel that were up there was a sergeant. And I know, having talked to several of the folks that were up there, they were using all the resources that they had, which was, we did not have mobile crisis available that day. They spent quite a bit of time trying to engage and de-escalate with that gentleman to try to talk him and spend time with him as they waited for the ambulance to arrive to do the transport and things like that. We also know that there was some threats of violence, and we know that having more than one officer available, if we have to detain someone or assist in getting that person onto a gurney, having more officers available is going to reduce the likelihood of injury. So sometimes you'll see officers available for that. And also it was shared with me that was it. There was traffic around and cars around, and there's other things that are happening, making sure that, they don't end up in the street. So, one officer's job at the time may have been like, hey, I'm just going to make sure that this stays on the sidewalk so somebody doesn't run into traffic and cause an accident, cause him to get hurt more. So you'll see more people arrive on a scene. And I think you're absolutely right. It's a balance. If that person's feeling closed in by 3 or 4 people talking to them, then did that affect or change the way that scene played out, or with 3 or 4 officers there help make sure that the overall scene stayed safely, and sort of balancing that. And that's what we rely on our supervisors to do on scene and manage. And I do need to kind of call out when I say that is that's one of sort of the frustrations or struggles we have had as we've kind of increased our level of use of force reporting. That's really good. It's given us more data. What's bad is it requires a heavy load of sergeant supervisory time to do those reports, and that pulls them away from the field. And one of the things I've really been trying to call out is that pulling them off the field to administrative tasks means they have less availability to be on scene and manage resources in a way that might help the scene flow better.
So that takes me right into a next question, which is, as the expanded MCT and/or SCU, however those 2 things fit together, they're crucial. I think everyone sees them as crucial. The community, the residents, the visitors, and hopefully you guys too. As the calls for service are directed not to BPD, but to a specialized service in this area, how do you expect that to change your headcount needs?
Our headcount of how many police personnel we would need?
Right.
Yeah, I think
because it's very large.
Right.
It sounded like at least 10% and maybe quite a bit upwards of that. Again, there's data issues, so we can't say how many in the auditor's report exactly how many calls for service
were
primarily mental health. They often involve multiple things, but some substantial portion of work would then be going to a differently funded area.
Right. I think I would.
Chief, if I could jump in for a second.
Okay.
Task Force Member Hyde, are you asking about what would be the ramification or repercussion of the specialized care unit should it go into effect?
I guess so, but I'm not asking how SCU will do its job.
Right.
It's not up and running yet. I don't even think that there are models yet. I'm asking what kinds of implications that would have for BPD's headcount, which is the biggest bucket of BPD's budget.
Right. I think my answers would be a couple things. And let me see if I get it. And Dave, if I don't, feel free to jump in. I think it's a couple things. One, like you mentioned, it's usually more than one thing that's happening. There's something that person that's in crisis, something has caused him to come to somebody's attention, to the public's attention. And so sometimes there's a crime that's occurred. And so what I sort of envision might happen is if the SCU is in existence, that they might be able to help handle kind of helping that person resolve the mental health issue that's occurring right then. But then we're still going to needed to be relied on to handle the criminal part of that. There'll still be an expectation that business owner will have to will want a police report for their insurance or something like that, right? So while we may be able to move like sort of that part of the response, of settling the scene down and ensuring that those resources are given, there may still be a police requirement to be involved. And also, like Officer Yee kind of explained earlier on, a lot of times we don't know. And this is one of the things is I think there's been some questions about who's going to dispatch the SCU. And a lot of times as calls come in, the person who calling in just knows something's not right or doesn't look right or feel right. That's why they're calling us, but they're not really sure exactly what it is, what kind of crime it is, and that's why you see that 415 bucket, right? Where it's like, and all the things it can end up as. So sometimes it takes somebody being on scene to process what's there before we know the resources that are available. And so sometimes that might mean that SCU shows up and says, oh, no, you know what? I do need the police here for whatever reason. Or sometimes we show up and go, hey, you know what? It would be better served for someone like the SCU to come and take this over. This is not a police related matter. So I don't know necessarily that there would be a direct, if you had 10 SCU people, you then need 5 less officers or 10 less officers. I see a lot of reasons why I don't know that math would work.
That makes sense, but could we see that instead of 6 officers, 2, a primary, a secondary, and then the 4 that are in the surrounding area, could we see that need might be reduced? So, 6 might come down to 3?
I just want to jump in for a minute, Chief. So I think we're really in the world of speculation at the moment. There is a lot that hasn't been figured out as it pertains to the specialized care unit. We're in the process of doing community engagement and figuring out what the model is going to be. And so there's a whole range of models, right? So for example, like Oakland is deploying a model where they have like no trained social workers. It's people with lived experience who are primarily doing the response. Task member Fine is very well aware of like the Alameda County CAP model, which has a social worker and some other services, tied to it. There's what San Francisco is doing. And so until we define really what the model is going to be for Berkeley, it's premature for us to speculate because we don't really know the capabilities that they'll be able to actually have and the wide expanse of calls they'll be able to respond to. And so I'm just really nervous about, us really figuring out how to come to a conclusion on something that is just so nebulous to us at the moment.
I get that and I appreciate that, but we need to pose the question of how does this begin to shape up? So certainly we can't pin things down, but are these the kinds of balances that are being explored?
Yeah, so I think when we can get our arms around the specialized care unit, one of the questions, and we were just talking about this with Dr. Varhus, is, for example, like asking the notion of what is a mental health call and trying to figure out what does that definition mean, and then trying to translate that into, okay, well, what does that mean for the kind of call that our police department's responding to? And there's kind of 2 factors at play. There's the calls that we get now, and then there's some folks who hold on to the notion that there's a lot of calls that don't actually come into the police department today because they just don't want a police response and they want some other response. And so we don't know if the 5,000 calls that we have today that could get siphoned off to some other resources is going to end up being 15,000 calls from someone else and what that demand factor is going to look like for them. There's just a lot of unknowns.
Yes,
to really be able to really answer.
That's excellent background. But these feel on the more urgent side just to explore. And so I'll try and keep the other questions short. With crimes of opportunity like catalytic converter thefts and laptop snatches and automobile smash and grabs where a window is broken, how is BPD thinking about that is so viscerally experienced by the community, seeing the broken glass that lines College Avenue, which is, we all hope it's going to be safe, or 4th Street, or, any of our major merchant areas. How is BPD approaching those kinds of crimes within the modeling that we've been talking about?
Yeah, Officer, you want to talk a little bit about your dashboard that you've started to work on?
Yeah, part of this kind of program that we want to kickstart here at the department is sort of a move towards a level of real-time crime analytics. That's a big lift. My experience, I come from a background where I've worked in New York and San Francisco, where sort of you have that big city department that warrants and has the money and the funding for something like a real-time crime center. It's what we're trying to do here in Berkeley and at the Berkeley Police Department, where we can really inform our patrol teams where to be, where we're seeing spikes in the trends, and using historic data, crunching numbers, making sure that our officers are out there and utilizing their time, sort of enhancing their ability to know the trends in their area. So we're kind of building those real-time crime dashboards, but also tracking things like calls for service as well. Part of it, a lot, is in terms of the preventative measure, and if Lieutenant McGee wants to speak to the CSB side of things, the Community Service Bureau side of things, but in looking at crime-oriented policing and what strategies work in that sense, whether it takes us in collaborating with the community, doing crime prevention through environmental design, or general awareness. Like we know catalytic converter thefts are sort of, and auto burglaries happen so fast, right? A lot of times there's formal guardianship, like what I would deem as sort of security cameras that deter the crime, but also help us investigate the crime. That helps a lot. But making the general public aware that these crimes are happening, where they're happening, and happening in their neighborhood, and what they can do about it. So we're exploring preventive measures, sort of on the community side, but also on the patrol side, to better give our patrol officers that information of where they need to conduct their security checks or what they should be looking for when they do.
Great, and I'm going to interrupt Officer McGee and just ask the final question, which is, there are challenges with the data that were made stark by the city auditor's report. Who owns fixing the data, and is there a sense of urgency about inputting the cleanest set of data so that we can track what we'd like to track?
Yeah, we're taking those steps. I know that, and this is, having worked with police data in bigger cities, is that police data is dirty. I take the garbage in, garbage out kind of approach, is that if we don't input data in a format that is consistent and complete, that the analytical product becomes inconsistent, incomplete, and ultimately less useful. I also see data and like I said, I tried to keep this presentation today sort of not that data heavy, because I believe context is important before we look at the data. But I invite the scrutiny with the data and for the data. I think scrutiny and data is a definition of analysis and accountability. So that's being heavily discussed here at the department. We've already taken great strides, especially with our stop data. We're collecting actually more data fields in our stop data than is required by the Department of Justice. We're looking at, we know CAD data, or calls for service data, doesn't tell us the whole story, as you saw in the presentation. and sort of made apparent in the auditor's report. So it has been discussed and continued discussions about how we can make that data more useful and more clean. It just takes it takes resources, and it takes more time and more personnel that we can use to look at it with us.
Who
I would
owns,
also-
who owns
I was
fixing
going to
it?
say, no, I would just share that, I think what Officer G's trying to express is that, for the same reason that, the homeless and the mental health pieces were a challenge for the auditor to maybe completely accurately count, because while they were disposition codes that we had in our system, we weren't ensured that they were being checked often enough. And there were times when, we might have been engaged in taking a crime report from someone who was unhoused, but we didn't, we asked them for their address. They provided their mailing address. We didn't inquire about their their housing status. So while we served a homeless person by taking a crime report, or by, engaging with them or taking a witness statement from them, that we didn't check the box for homeless. So while we might engage with the community, there's not a crime for homelessness. Homelessness is not a crime. So it was, that's one of those data pieces where we have to really retrain our officers a way to think, to make sure, hey, it's important for the community to know how much of our work sort of involves homeless related issues, and sort of expand that kind of concept and identification, so we can mark that box. And so, and we also know, we're very fortunate to have Officer Yee, who has a background in sort of this data analysis, but we are police officers by trade. We are not statisticians. We would have to rely on someone who has expertise in that to gather that data. And that's one of the reasons why, we're really looking at building this crime prevention analysis, this data team that has officers in it, because there's pieces of what the officers do that about their work and the way that they can gather or understand data and collect the data, right? So that's important to have the officer input in it, but it's also important to have a data analyst who's that's a professional job to be able to say, no, you need to make sure you ask it in this way, or we capture it in this way, or we're able to report it. It's collected in that way. So doing a better job of collecting data belongs to us, because it's our data, and that's my goal, is to move to a place. And I know, there's support in the city for us to move to, us being data driven in the work that we do. And so it's just a stepping stone for us to get to that good collection, a good training for our officers, right? And then we could be very transparent and sharing, and really invite the community to look at our data, right? And have an ability to manipulate our data. So, there's a lot of really, really bright people in the city of Berkeley that can look at that data and help us draw an understanding of that. And as you know, you can take data and tell many different stories, depending on how you look at it and depending on how you categorize things and things like that, but it's still data. And we just want it to be really good so that we can make good use of it. So that we own that responsibility.
Great, thanks for the clarity.
Commissioner Lindheim.
So I have a couple of questions. First, for Officer regarding your 228 minutes in one of those scenarios, would all of that 28 minutes have been one incident or one event in the auditor's report?
Yeah, that scenario was sort of a hypothetical look at a single robbery event. So that's how it can play out in the data.
Because when you just do simple arithmetic, it looks like officers don't do anything. Like they only have, on average, 4 events per officer per shift, and that makes it look like nobody's doing anything. And so here you had 228 minutes for an incident, and I was just trying to see to what extent that would explain some of that arithmetic.
So, and going back to the early question, it's the difference between the call volume that an officer handles versus the different type of calls and what that constitutes in terms of workload, right? So a serious crime report may take an officer's time and attention away from the beat longer, and they are attached to that call longer, versus something like a quick flag down or a vice matter that can be cleared in 10 minutes. Certain beats may have more serious crime related to it. So certain beat officers may be taking those reports and maybe dedicating their time and time spent attached to those calls, whereas other officers in less busy beats may take sort of a different call volume, but those sort of calls are resolved in a short amount of time. So I think we really need to take a deeper dive into sort of call workload when it comes to time spent, not just by volume.
Okay, then I have a broader question for the chief. Most of your comments seem to indicate that everybody you currently have is indispensable, and that what your hope was to make better use of all of these indispensable people. The underlying premise of the reimagining process, at least as articulated by the council and approved by the council and articulated by the mayor, is there's a goal of moving toward 50% reductions in police. And one of the logics is that a certain number of calls, whether they are mental health calls or homeless calls or traffic related calls, could be handled by non-police personnel. And therefore there would be reductions and that money could now be given to these other functions. It sounds to me from what I'm hearing from you that you don't believe that you think this underlying premise is not correct. And that really the whole idea of shifting resources from police to these other functions is in a sense either a non-starter or an impossibility or something that at least doesn't make any sense to you. And I was hoping you could articulate a response, because the whole premise of the council and the premise of many people on this task force is to take money away from the police and put them to somewhere else. And I'm just not hearing that from you. And I did hear from David that, well, we don't know yet about the SCU, and that makes perfect sense. We don't know. But even your response about the SCU was, well, maybe some of those people, you could have the SCU, but maybe we still need police in order to handle the criminal side of whatever those incidents are. So I was wondering if you could articulate a response both to this task force and to the council as to whether this whole process is, the premise of this process is, I don't want to say misguided, but let's just say, from your point of view, isn't going to lead to much fruit.
I feel like it's a mischaracterization to say that I don't think that there's value in this process, or that there's not space for work to be done differently in our city. I think, we don't know what the SCU will look like. We do know that there's an existing workload of need in our community, and whether we eventually can move to a model that has less police and more SCU, or more civilian traffic and less police doing traffic enforcement, that's a possibility. But I do know we can't turn off the availability of serving the community for what the community is demanding until we have something to replace it. And I do know that some things will require a police response no matter what, that they're critical functions that are within our responsibility. If those responsibilities change, then obviously either someone different or in addition can do that work. When I talk about the different ways I would use the existing resources we have, it's because I recognize the value and importance of what we contribute to our community. And if we did not have as many police resources, then my responsibility would be to make sure that I was able to provide public safety to the community for their demand for or need for emergency police response for calls, their need for those things. And so we would direct our resources to that effort. And so if we had less police personnel, but either based on what the recommendations from this work, that we want to redirect some of our resources. So if we had less police personnel, then we would start to have to be able to do less of that full service response that we do. Maybe we would lose a unit that, like Community Services Bureau or traffic or detectives. That workload would get absorbed into the patrol response, because that's what we need to be, is available in case a critical incident happens, or available for a priority in progress call, availability to go to those things. And so what would suffer is either our response times, our ability to do as thorough of investigations, or as high quality investigations if we didn't have enough personnel to get that information before we lost that information, the ability to be engaged and really connected to our community, to have meaningful relationships. There's a lot of conversations or questions around how well we liaison with different community infected communities. We would lose the ability and space to time to even be able to consider those things. And so that's my concern, is that there's important work that we have to be available for, and important ways that we serve our community, that the pieces that would get lost if we didn't have the same number of personnel, and that we are even struggling with under our current personnel to be able to achieve. So it's not because I don't believe that there is important value in having a specialized unit that can respond and help people that are in crisis, or that there may be better ways to allocate some of the tasks that we do, like that parking enforcement, blocking the street for a parade, that could or could not be handled out of our department. But that work still needs to be done. That parking enforcement work is critical to keeping pedestrians and vehicle and motorists safe during events, and that work needs to get done. And whether we manage it or Public Works manages it, it's still important, critical work to keep our community safe. So, if I gave any impression that I wasn't committed to giving you guys the fullest understanding you could have of the work we do and why we do it, so that you could then make recommendations that were based on a robust knowledge of how we are allocated, how we're funded, the work that we do, and the depth of the work that we do, and the meaningful relationships and work that we're able to do with our community, both that are victims of crime and just community members in general. I apologize if that wasn't clear, but by no means am I discounting the work that's being done here, or not willing to consider that there may be alternative ways for us to accomplish our community's goals.
So let me push this a little bit more. So far, we've been talking really about patrol. We still have, of the 157 officers, there are something like, 55 officers who are not on patrol. Of the 157, I think it's 102 or 104, I don't know, whatever the exact number is. Many people, when they talk about 50% reductions or any X% reductions, for the most part, the people they're talking about are patrol officers. Is there any flexibility in your mind, or should there be any flexibility in your mind about any potential reductions or increases, for that matter, on the other side? So, do you have enough detectives? Would it be possible to deal with less detectives, or less or more community service officers, or officers who are in headquarters, or? So if you could give us some, I guess, greater information about whether, we've been talking about, okay, maybe the SCU could have some impact, or maybe BRCDOC could have some impact in terms of replacing officers with non-officers, but to what extent does that exist on any of these other functions that happen within BPD?
Right. I think that's exactly why I added that organization chart into the budget presentation, because I really thought it was important to look at the different tasks that are underneath all those other divisions. We are short personnel and detectives. That has an impact on the detective's ability to dive deeply into cases and try to get resolutions. We have personnel that are assigned to training, and personnel that are assigned to making sure our policies are up to date, and that kind of administrative work is done. And as we reduce our numbers, we've reduced those units down to very low standard or low staffing levels, and it affects our ability to be efficient in those things. Like, for example, when I shared that, we realized our training was a little behind in the last time we had done LGBTQ awareness. And so it was like, if we had a fully staffed personnel and training unit, they have the time and space to make sure that those trainings are scheduled, to do the work that it requires to, coordinate a trainer to come in and do all those other things. So, all those other functions that are sort of not seen, that are not patrol, are very critical to our overall responsibility, both to be ensuring that we're getting good training, that we're collecting data, that we're following up on cases, and ensuring that people that offenders are apprehended and strong cases are built so they can be charged, and seeing those things through. Those are the things that are sort of the unsung parts of the job that, if not done by those personnel, have to be done somewhere and by some other manner, which means, if we do have free space in our patrol operations time, they have some of that administrative time, you see that start to grow. We start to assign those things as ancillary duties instead of having somebody primarily responsible for something. And I know there was a question earlier about like, how familiar are people with their beats? Well, it's the same kind of thing. If you have a training coordinator who can only work part-time during the hour or two they get out of their shift once or twice a week, they're less efficient and effective at their job because of that, versus having somebody full-time staff to it. So I don't know if that answers your question. I will say that in my career, I've seen us much more robust and seen us have assignments that I would love to bring back, having a PAL officer, having a fuller youth services department that was, we were able to participate in with a nonprofit, the Berkeley Police Activities League, and have really strong relationships with at-risk youth in our community and build strong bonds. We had SROs in the middle schools that had, incredible bonds with students that spanned into adulthood, where, they still had relationships, and you would see someone, on a patrol, a cop talking to somebody, and they'd be like, oh yeah, I remember going to his graduation in middle school, and and that cop knows that officer by first name. Those kinds of contacts are gone because we've had to reduce staffing levels. So I would love to see those things come back. I could envision us being much bigger to have many more of those things come back. I also understand we have a very huge community need to deal with a lot of people that are in mental health crisis, and we have a large unhoused population, and there's a need in our community. We have health and wellness issues that are affecting our community as a whole, and I recognize those as just as important needs, and I think we need to have a more holistic, broader approach, to doing the work that we do as a community, as a collaborative partner. And that's, I think, all that we're really anxious to be and continue to be involved in is how we partnership in that way.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Ghosh.
Didn't realize it was my turn already. I'm wondering if you could talk about the relationship with the fire department and put calls, I guess, and how that works. Like, how often do you show up? Do you always show up? What's the relationship? I have a couple more questions, but
okay. There's kind of two directions that works. We call for the fire department. They're dispatched out of the same location. So our dispatchers handle police, medical, and fire calls. Depending on the time of day and the call volume, if there's like a fire that comes out, a lot of times police forces will get dispatched in addition to the fire department, because they'll help with evacuations, street closures, and things like that, preparing for the fire department. Typically, because we're in the field, we can get to calls faster. So we'll get sent to those. So the fire department will also call us if they have to force entry into a building. Sometimes they'll call us to either assist with that or stand by when that happens in case there's something that happens. Fire department will sometimes ask us to come and render a scene. I referred to it earlier as like code 4. If somebody's combative, or that's an issue, they will request us to be there to provide that kind of protection. And then we also will call BFD either once a scene has been kind of stabilized and we have someone that we recognize has injuries, we'll call them in. But a lot of times we'll also what we call stage BFD. And what that is we go into a call and there's a report that there's somebody with a knife on scene. And we know that, something might escalate from there for either somebody that's on scene or an officer that arrives, or for the person that has a knife. We'll ask for the fire department to be dispatched and staged to be ready if something happens at that scene.
Okay. I guess the follow-up to that is I would like to know how often y'all work with the fire department, and sort of related, I think previously it was mentioned that parking enforcement officers call on y'all weekly, and again, I would like the numbers for how often you get calls. And I think this is pretty simple data that you should have because it's internal. So I'm
Yeah,
hoping to see that at some point.
Okay, I will share. I believe that Nick Jr. Collected fire and police data. They had a data request for both. So I think the data that they're going to produce is going to show that sort of like overlap for that. And then I will share that it can be a little challenging to accurately have data on how often a parking enforcement officer may call the police because we share a radio system. So if a parking enforcement officer is on something and just calls for someone to come by or calls for some assistance, someone might come by and just check on them. That's not going to necessarily generate a new call for service, if that makes sense. So you can see a call and you might see that a parking enforcement officer and an officer was on scene. It won't necessarily, unless you open each individual call and read all the data in that call, you won't know necessarily whether who got there first and why they called and who called who to that scene.
So we don't know how often necessarily.
I don't know, but I will ask if.
Okay.
I've seen a little bit of data around that. I'm just kind of preparing you that there's some nuances to that we might not get a firm number.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
I'll see what I can find.
Yeah. The things I'm interested in is what kind of things require or end up with a parking enforcement officer calling on armed police or a sworn officer, and how often it happens. So those are my two questions that I would like answers on sooner rather than later.
Just to interrupt you real quick, as you asked that, I had thought, I wonder, and I would have to ask if someone was going to do this, but I don't know if they would be of interest for me to ask a parking enforcement officer or supervisor to come in and maybe talk about their experiences around that. I can't guarantee that they'd be comfortable doing that, but probably would be. Someone would be.
I mean, I guess I was wondering if I could do. I'm doing a sit along at the dispatch, but I'm wondering if I can do a ride along with the parking or the traffic bureau, if that was possible, not with patrol. So I'll follow up on that.
Okay.
And yes, I would like. I mean, they are in your department, so somebody needs to, I guess, explain what they do. You know, I mean, ultimately you're managing them, right? I mean, they're in BPD. That's part of our issue.
Right.
They're in BPD.
Yeah. Can you clarify what you want to know what they're doing?
Yeah. I mean, I think for us, it's understanding how parking enforcement is doing its job, who sets the parameters for them. One of the differences I see is in transportation, we don't talk about parking tickets as to generate revenue. We do parking from the philosophy of having parking available for our for people visiting Berkeley, working in Berkeley, for our businesses, you know, to keep the supply, balancing supply and demand. Like, that's the approach to parking management. And I would like to understand if parking enforcement approaches it in that way, because historically we've always approached, people's perception is parking is done to fill a quota, right? And how cities fill their general fund, but that's not necessarily how we've set up systems here. And I don't know if that's being translated to parking enforcement.
Okay, maybe what makes sense, and let me tell you what I'm thinking. You tell me if this would cover it. Is if you sort of either on the subcommittee level or through the task force members kind of identify like what the world of questions you guys have around parking enforcement officers, and I get that list of questions. I'll have the lieutenant that oversees that and the parking manager have them kind of put that together and kind of like a response, so you can really sort of understand all those pieces, because there is a system how they're assigned. A lot of it's based on community complaints about certain areas and things like that, and how that works happen. They can speak to maybe anecdotally, but also like maybe make some, you know, if they don't have good data, we can speak anecdotally about what their experience is, about why they might call the police and what their feelings are around that.
Yeah, I guess.
And then just from a budgeting perspective, I'll just add that the revenues that come from the parking enforcement, they're not actually tied to the police department itself.
I know that. Yeah, it goes to the general.
So there's no incentive, you know, for them in terms of a department allocation or expenditure perspective. It's completely independent.
Well, I would like to hear that from them. That's, you know, we are in these silos, and what I think the reason I'm asking this question is because parking management is done within Public Works, parking enforcement is done under BPD. And it's always hard. Like when I'm asking this question is because I've not had an opportunity to ask this question and understand how parking enforcement works. When we're on the Transportation Commission, we've, the Traffic Bureau person has always said they would come. We haven't faced resistance from anybody in coming and explaining it, but it doesn't happen. And I think those are big gaps because ultimately that's how the public experiences these services. They don't talk to a parking planner, they talk to a parking enforcement officer. And I don't understand who sets the culture for how they do their work. And if you're saying that parking enforcement officers feel at risk, I would like to understand what kind of culture we have where people who are collecting parking revenue, how often do they feel at risk? Why do they feel at risk? At our city level, our city leadership, can we talk about whether it's worth parking enforcement officers feeling at risk to collect this revenue? I mean, those are the conversations I'm interested in having. And I've not had an opportunity to engage on, right? Because it's under BPD and it's a separate silo, whereas it shouldn't be, according to me. The other, I'm also wondering, so to understand the call data, the call volume data, and what actually happens on site. So do y'all actually record, like, this is the call, this is how the call was described, this is what happened? And I'm guessing, from what I'm hearing, that doesn't happen, or it's not so easy to parse, that the call made us think it was a mental health thing, but when we went there, it was something else. Or the call said this, but it was something else. I guess I'm trying to understand, when you actually document what you showed up for, is there an analysis of that as well? Or is it only like when the call comes in?
Yeah, so we can get information about what the call ended up from, what the call ended up as. Like, yeah, like you're right, the calls for service is what was reported and what was entered into the call, and then an officer responded to. And we can do that through our records management system, and also through a uniform crime report, which we report on monthly and yearly. So we can provide some data around that as well.
Okay. And I guess also I'm wondering, in your community engagement piece, do y'all, I mean, I haven't seen this. Do you do any engagement with communities and businesses on what kind of things they should call you for and what kind of things they shouldn't call you for? Or do y'all talk to, like, city manager to talk about what the challenges are some of the things that you're being called for? That, and I say this, I think y'all have certain skills. I mean, I have issues with police culture, that's a separate thing, but you are trained to do certain things better than others. And you also carry guns, right? And I think that, to me, is fundamentally what shifts the relationship when you show up to a scene. For me, the presence of the gun immediately shifts the relationship that I perceive, right? So I guess fundamentally the question is, how many of these situations that you show up at require you to carry a gun, and how does the gun change the dynamic of what's going on there? I'm just sort of wondering if yeah.
I think I can jump in and answer it. So the last part of the question, we understand when we talked about being trained, we're trained as police officers that we recognize what we bring to a scene. We recognize that when we show up, we bring not only our presence or authority, but there's also a firearm, there's an ASP, all the tools that we have are now present on every scene. We're conscious of that. We're trained to think about that, to be aware of it, to be cognizant of that at every single scene that we go to. As for numbers, I can't speak to numbers. I just can't. But we're aware of it. And I think the best thing that throughout this whole presentation and all of the talking, and it's great, the communication is great. The numbers are really tough. The data is tough. Officer Yee spoke to that. What it gets down to is working with people and really communicating with each other and treating people the proper way and helping them through traumas. Everybody that I know, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to help people. And speaking to the first part of your question, in CSB, we routinely contact shop owners, businesses, business districts, all the business districts that you can think of in the city. We have area coordinators. Area coordinators represent that area of the city. The city's broken up into 4 distinct areas, of which there's one contact person for that area. So the area coordinators are in that position for 3 to 4 years, and they really get to know all of the people, all the business districts, the owners of certain businesses. If there's issues going on, we're going to hear about it. We're going to work with the business. We're going to work with the owner. We're going to potentially work with the person that's causing the issues for the owner by going out to the scene. We're going to connect everybody as best we can to city services, which much of the time do not involve a law enforcement kind of intervention on the long run. We are going to intervene in the immediate to stabilize and then make the referrals to the next system that we can. And I think it's important for you all to understand that in my background, I come from a systems-oriented background. I have an MSW from UC Berkeley, right? So I see these systems. I understand how systems are coming into play on a daily basis. The educational system, the mental health system, right? The health system. I hear that. I understand that. I understand how these things are all coming together and they're all kind of crashing into each other. And a lot of the times the net effect, the net result is a police officer potentially coming on scene because there's been a breakdown in a system somewhere else in someone's life. And now we're dealing with the police officers now on the front line trying to assess the situation with the least amount of force intervention from the law enforcement side to get the person the resources that they need.
Yeah, no, actually, I mean, you explained, I think, why a lot of us are here, because we don't think that's the best way, you know.
Well, I hear that, and that's why I appreciate being a part of this. I hear that. I think the big question that we're all trying to answer, and it keeps coming up and coming up, is how do we know when? It's hard to know when. I think that we tried to articulate it. Early, the question that came up early on in our reimagining discussions was, how do we know when the call is a mental health call? It would be great to know that. But we work with people, and there's no specific science. If we had that answer in the world, then we could potentially, have the result, have the net effect, and we potentially wouldn't be here at this meeting. But we work with people that change dynamically throughout situations.
I know, and I think the working with people, but you're aware that you're carrying the authority and the gun and all of that, but the person you're engaging with is also very aware of that. And I think that totally changes the dynamic. So, with your education, with your background, with all the training you have, all of that, I think it just changes the dynamic. And I'm thinking of, if I go into downtown and see a lot of armed police officers walking there, that doesn't make me feel safe,
Exactly, and I appreciate hearing that. I think the challenge for us and what we're trying to balance here is, how do we establish that relationship with you so that we can have that conversation, that communication? And really the only way that we're able to do that is by being there, by being available. That's why the bike team is seen as so successful. That's why we have such positive response from those positions within the community where we are just available to communicate. That's it.
Yeah, no, you're saying all the right things. And then, I think I was looking at the SUVs in the slideshow, the really scary SUVs. I don't know who that's for, who in our community that's for. To protect you from. I mean, I think that sort of is a red flag for the culture of my assumption about the culture.
Actually, an interesting side note about the SUVs is that who they're for is for a lot of our larger officers and a reduction in back pain and hip and other issues that are related to them trying to get themselves into the Ford Taurus. So the Crown Vic, which is that old school police car that you're familiar with, it was no longer made, and now the Ford Taurus is the car version of the patrol vehicle. And most of our guys, I didn't have a problem with that car, but a lot of our people couldn't carry their equipment, but also couldn't be in that car.
Talk about that. Sorry, as a transportation, you know, the bike patrol is such an improvement on many levels, because when you show me that picture with the grate, we also talk about, like, it's a wonder if y'all are actually using some of these SUVs that are built to be up from the ground, that you don't run over a kid. I mean, they're extremely unsafe for pedestrians and for children. But let me also say, I think I hear a lot of things, and what y'all are saying gives me hope. But I also hear from people who are not necessarily in this room, right? And my personal experience in interactions with the police, and that tells me a completely different story. And I think that's why the numbers are so important, because we have perceptions and anecdotal information. And it's kind of a shame that a data-driven approach has not always been part of this work, because fundamentally, not using that approach, you know, can escalate a situation, does create difficult relationships between police and our most impacted communities, right, who are not necessarily here. So I want to hear more of that. I want to see more of that, and I want to see what y'all have, more of what you have, because I don't know how you do this work without do this work effectively without seeing those numbers, like how much of the crime is solved. I will say I'm very happy to see you spending a lot more time on administrative work, which means you're not out on the street. But if you're also saying that you're not doing a lot of traffic stops, how would it matter if we stopped doing it? What if we just said no more? You know, because it's not, yeah. So anyway, that's more complex. We'll come back to that. But yeah.
But what I'm going to do, I'm going to reach out to our traffic unit, lieutenant, and try to connect you so that I know you're coming in for a sit along with our communication center, but maybe you can maybe at a separate time and location meet with the traffic unit and answer those these questions, because this is I think where the real kind of interaction occurs, coming in and meeting us and seeing how we work.
Right.
So I appreciate you being open to that. Thank you.
Commissioner Fine.
Yeah, I just have pretty brief comment here. In May of 2019, the Mental Health Commission set up a crisis response subcommittee where they started researching models. And since that time, it's really evolved. And there are a number of people on this call who do have a lot of knowledge about models. And I agree with Dave, we cannot speculate, but even beyond that, in our agenda packet, the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform put out their brand new, finalized, new and emerging community safety and policing report, which contains the models of Eugene, San Francisco, Austin, Denver, Ithaca, Olympia, Seattle, and Houston. And I'm, as somebody on the SCU steering committee that's been working on this a lot, there's also Portland, New York, Albuquerque, Edmonton, Oakland, and Sacramento. And my feeling is that it's critical to get familiar with these models to be able to talk about the core functions of what is an SCU. And to make speculation and demand, answers from the police at this time is not going to work. We're in a process of looking at these models and analyzing them and seeing what may be a fit for Berkeley. But at the same time, the SCU steering committee is in a community engagement process for at least the next 2 months of going to different populations, providers, people who may be actually providing services in order to deliver the services to people, and also going on outreach to different diverse communities in order to see what those needs are. And we are in kind of an awkward situation because of the FY 21-22 budget. We have to have a line item budget item for the SCU. So of course, I think what's happened, and I feel this so much, is we want to say, well, what is the SCU? The only thing that I can say in this way that I think drives some of the conversation are funding sources right now. The American Rescue Plan, the Section 9813, provides for a matching federal 85% match for specialty mental health services, I believe. So if you look at that legislation, there are core functions in it, and they are defined in certain ways, which may inform design if you want to trigger the money. So I can see people wanting to look at that in order to understand how are we going to pay for this, but we also have to deal with, is this something that we're ready to do for Berkeley at this time? I just think it's really hard to like say, oh, we have to wait a little bit, but because I am somebody who has put a lot of information out there about this and what's available, and at the same time is working in that community engagement process. But I think it's just going to be a slow rollout that we're going to be going through during the next several months. And for us in the task force, I mean, I think like concretely talking about models may be the best. I mean, one of the things I've learned is like the dispatch in Austin. I like it. It has a communication center. They have a person that answers, they answer, what is your emergency? Police, fire, EMT, mental health. If it's specific, they have a mental health clinician in the dispatch unit to put on the line. I think it's a thorough way, it's practical, it's cost effective, but it doesn't work for Berkeley. I don't know, but I've looked at a lot of dispatch, and I feel like that kind of conversation when we're talking about what's out there and what might work could be concrete, but to speculate and ask for stats from the police, I think it's really hard right now in Berkeley.
Commissioner Lindheim. You're muted.
Sorry. I forgot one question. On the staffing pattern, it looks like you go from 9 people on duty during the quietest times to 22 on the busier times. What would it look like if you double shift or you double beat on the quiet times? What would it look like if you, let's say, double beated on all times? What would be the consequences to the city?
It depends on what you want to suffer. Either response time, quality of investigation, the free time, the proactive time, those metrics that we presented. So we know historically that call volumes are up when businesses are open, when people are out and about. And if we double beat it during those times and required, more officers to handle a larger geographical area, they're going to be able to be less responsive to that geographical area, right? And can deplete our resources faster. We're also at, somewhat of a higher likelihood because there are people out, there's victims and citizens out, that we have a higher likelihood of having multiple events happen at one time, which can very rapidly deplete resources.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have a couple questions. I'll keep it quick, and again, I appreciate the department y'all being here this long. I know it's been a good hour. I got a couple more. Here's kind of a broad one, and I guess it goes to you, Interim Chief. To what extent do you believe police forces can let me say, affect crime rates?
I think that's a challenging question, right? And I think that the conversation we were having earlier about what's preventative, what's truly preventative, right? And even with good data, right? Sometimes we won't be in the right place at the right time, and we certainly know that if you're parked in front of CVS it significantly reduces the likelihood that someone is going to commit a theft inside of CVS at that time, right? You know, we know that the better CPTED, you know, crime prevention through environmental design, the better we're able to get that information out to business owners, and so they can adjust the way either their business is situated or the camera systems or things like that, the more preventative we can be in crime. You know, so those are just like some of the many tools that we use to prevent crime. You know, I think that's the challenge, right? It's like, we could do all of these things, you know, have, you know, a ton of available time to engage in the community, to build relationships, so the community fully trusted us to then report crimes and engage with us when we came and asked if they'd seen anything, and all those pieces, right, would increase our ability to be more preventative. But to be able to put numbers necessarily on that, you know, I don't have those statistics.
Okay. For 2020, do you know what the clearance rate was for robberies?
I don't off the top of my head, but I do know we have that information, and I can get it to the group.
Okay, well, so I have from 2010, 2019, what's on, you know, the California Attorney General's office here. And for 2019, which is the latest data we have, it's 20% roughly. And then over the 10-year span, it's about 22.7%. And just for the public's clarity, you know, that's about average for most police departments. So that's not a comment about Berkeley specifically, but you know, what I was, you know, looking at the slides, dealing with in terms of the robbery, and you know, the 3 cars, or no, the 2 cars needed directly on the scene, the area cars, and then the other cars going for evidence. 2 out of 10 of those will turn into something that's clear, and folks will know that would be an arrest and then an intent for prosecution at the district attorney's office. The vast majority of these incidents, that doesn't happen. So when we see data like that, would you think it's more important to invest in things that happen before the crime or during and after the crime?
I mean, you know, absolutely. If the crime never happens, right, you've prevented it from happening. That's a better outcome, in my opinion, that we've done. We've employed efforts that means that no one was ever victimized. Because even if we catch an offender after someone's been victimized, it does not take away from the victimization. I've had personal conversations with individuals who, were working at a store and were robbed at gunpoint, and that's something that lives with them for an extended period of time. People don't always sort of consider, that feeling that person who's engaged in that work every time they return to work, they have to return to, is re-traumatized. When someone walks in the store, and just has to do their work. So absolutely, the highest success is that we prevent it beforehand. We are responsible for trying to do all those things, and responding and be reactive is never the best case scenario. And that's why, when I point to that 30% time, that free time, that proactive time, that's what I really want to drive us to be working on. And that's where I see the data really being able to help guide us in that work, to make sure that we're doing the best job we can do to be in the right places, stopping the right cars, being present and proactive in the right places.
Okay, no, thank you for that response. And so I think we both agree that the resources for victims are very much needed, and more is needed. Full disclosure, I worked at the DA's office in San Diego for a couple months in the summer. I guess 2 years ago now. Wow. But I have some awareness, and the reason I bring up these broader questions, right, is obviously one of the roles of this group is to figure out what can we do that allows us, because to me, right, when I look at the clearance rates, I see basically the standard model of policing, what it's been, which is we're going to take reports, and again, I understand these things are important for victims. I'm not trying to undermine that. But in terms of overall community harm reduction, I think it's pretty minimal in terms of police effect. And again, I know these officers, I've read the commendations, I know there's many events which are exceptional and those things happen. But I think overall, when we look at this, when we look at the data, and again, I know I've taken one stat. I know we could talk many data stats. I'd be happy to do that a later time. But when I look at it, right, I see something that should change. And I think, you know, Chief, it sounds like you might be agreeing with me on this point, where it's, we could do more for harm reduction. And I'm separating it from crimes, because crime is something that was defined, written down in the law book. It has tons of societal influences and tons of history behind why certain things are illegal. We won't get into that right now. But in terms of harm reduction, I truly think, right, we can do more and keep the community safer, right, if we handle the steps beforehand. And I know you and others in the department agree in terms of, you know, the mental health aspect, but I think it goes larger than that. You know, I think about, you know, the robbery case we saw at the, was it Walgreens or CVS back in July, where you had a group of Black teenagers. They took some Dove soap, I think it was some bags and coffee, and, you know, again, it was done. One of them, you know, I rushed somebody and then slightly hit somebody and they fell down. And again, that was wrong, and that should be addressed. There should be accountability. But when I look at that, and then when I read back on the report on it, you know, I see all these little steps that if we had had a resource in there, and foolishly, I think in that case, the gentleman involved was from Oakland, but in a Berkeley case where it's a Berkeley person, you know, if these resources had been there one step, two steps beforehand, if a universal basic income had been there one, two steps beforehand, these things don't happen. And in my mind, with a reduced police force, and, you know, at some point, I hope in this world, no police force will be needed, you will actually end up with safer outcomes. Because my view of it, and curious if you share this view, and I'll finally finish here, is in the near term, what I think we can have is a police department that is significantly reduced in size. And I know obviously that's going to accompany losing many good folks, many folks who have served the community well within that role of policing. But with that reduction, gaining the possibility of having these interventions, having these additional resources that save police time, for one thing, keep the whole community safer, and we avoid, of course, the embedded nature of, honestly, what is white supremacy within the establishment of policing, and what is order maintenance within the establishment of policing. And I can go on into why I say that, but another time. So would you share a vision of a reduced police department where we're handling more of these, you know, not potential crimes, but addressing externalities and issues earlier on, so we're avoiding crime altogether? Would that sound good to you?
I just have to keep returning to the metrics that we talked about, you know, and what the effect is as we reduce our, you know, the police workforce, what the effect is, you know, on all those pieces of it. And, you know, balancing that community need with, you know, harm reduction strategies and concepts, and a society that's more balanced and has the services available and the tools available to really support all the different community needs that we have. So, you know, the only answer I have is that, you know, we'd have to figure out what, you know, whether we are willing to adjust the metrics on those things and reduce some of those pieces, or change the way we look at them, or change the way we focus on it, or provide supplemental resources, right, that pick up some of that slack. So yeah, maybe our response times don't suffer if we have an established unit doing, or group doing one of those tasks that we were currently doing.
Thank you. And then one question for you, Officer Yee. I guess in your opinion, and if assuming California law allowed it, do you think trained civilians working in some capacity could do some of that follow-up crime report, or not crime reporting, taking witness statements, collecting evidence, again, assuming the training is there. Do you see that as something that's viable when the crime has ended, the scene is stable, and it's now about witness statements, evidence collection, and putting together a case with probable cause?
Yeah, maybe I can jump in there while Matt gets logged on, and I would just share that it's some pieces of that potentially, but there are responsibilities for testifying in court and being in evidence code rules that sort of apply to who can testify to things they observe and chain of evidence issues and things like that. That could have an effect on it, but yeah, there's certainly some of those things, some of those follow-up tasks that could potentially be done by community services officer or somebody else instead.
Yeah, thank you. And the last note I'll leave on is, when I worked at the courthouse, the DA's office, right, I had a good relationship with, a number of the officers there. But I always took an extra second or two when I was walking in the courthouse, just to make sure that the officers, holding, I think the code M4, knew that it was me, Nathan, who works at the DA's office, and we're not going to have an issue. And that's my experience. For other folks I know that have far worse experiences with police. And I just stress as we go through this process, and I think, and I appreciate, Chief, you being more open to this conversation than I've seen with some of your predecessors. Is fundamentally, there's different worldviews involved, but I think, if safety is the ultimate goal, I think we can get there, but it's going to take adjustments in thinking and views it's going to require us to really dig in. And I think that's what we're doing here. And I'll stop there because it's already probably 9:15, 9:18. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Opton.
Can you turn it off, please? I want to point out there's a tricky aspect to the discussion that our chairman was having with the police chief a few minutes ago. And it's one I think we all need to be aware of. Suppose you have a particular kind of crime in which the police work we're doing results in catching only 1 out of 20 people who have committed the crime. And so you might say, well, if we just dispense with the police altogether, it would mean only a 5% increase in crime because we're only catching 1 out of 20. We're wasting our money. But that, if we used that kind of logic, we would be actually going off the deep end in terms of causality, because the risk from the potential criminal's perspective, the risk of being caught, only 5%, but a 5% risk of being caught may be enough to deter 25 out of 26 potential criminals, or 99 out of 100. We don't know. But we should realize that any risk of a successful police response will tend to reduce the number of that kind of crimes that will be committed by some percent. So that's my comment, that we need to be aware of that trickiness and degree of uncertainty that's with us and will always be with us in trying to figure out these statistics on these issues.
And yeah, I would just respond briefly to that. I agree with you in terms of statistics. We have to be careful. And that's why I mentioned, I'm picking one statistic for this particular comment, but I'm open to looking over all sorts of things. But in terms of deterrence, it's true. I can't rule out the possibility that, that we'll lose some potentiality of a deterrent effect. because I'm going to be honest about the studies and what I've read and what I've learned. But on the other hand, there is overwhelming evidence that deterrence as a strategy to prevent crime has failed. And I mean, you can just look around at our legal systems, at our justice system. You can look at the 80s, 90s with mandatory minimums. Real things that would be real threats to me. Having a dime bag crack cocaine is going to land you 5 years at that time, starting. To me, now if there was a deterrent, and this wasn't largely linked to societal issues, socioeconomic issues, I think we would have seen folks say, "Whoa, okay, that's when the deterrence to me," but it didn't. Arrests went up, and we spent 20 years arresting as many people as we could in this country, and it's had detrimental effects. And crime went down everywhere following the 90s. It went down the places that did broken windows. It went down places that did. It went down in places that have police harassing people every minute. It went down in places that had very good professional police departments, and those facts have not changed. So I take your point well taken, but I don't think we can. I feel like the deterrence arguments relied on too much, and the evidence is deterrence has not worked. And if this is deterrence working, then the bar is very low, and I think we can do a lot better investing in those different services than having a patrol officer. That's my opinion.
I agree with everything that Commissioner Mizell has just said. The uncertainties in this business of trying to predict how much crime you'll stop by increasing or decreasing police activities is just with us, and it's with us on both ends. If you doubled or tripled or quadrupled the police activity, there would still be some crime, and it's really, really impossible for us to say how much things are going to change if you increase or decrease the number of police.
Fully agree with you there. Okay, Commissioner, any other questions for the Chief? Officer Lee, Sam McGee? Seeing none, thank you all for being here. Especially thank you to Interim Chief Lewis for taking the time, answering questions, and being a productive partner in these conversations. Certainly, there'll be more to continue, but I do appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome. Very welcome. Thank you.
And we do have one member of the public that wants to comment on this item, Chair.
Oh yes, let's hear from them. And yeah, my apologies, I didn't get them earlier.
Thank
Emily,
you.
you should be in to speak.
I am. Thank you. And thank you all for the very thoughtful discussion. Just a couple things that came up to me as I was listening. I did once try to do a ride along with the parking enforcement, or I asked about it, and I was advised that because of their vehicles, the size of them, they can't take folks around with them. Maybe that's changed, I'm not sure, but I was disappointed in that because I thought it would be pretty interesting to see what their job is like. One of the other thoughts I had along the way was, I think it was around 2014, that the BPD did have a big beat realignment process and looked at, could they reduce the beats? What are the different calls for service across the beats? What kind of impacts would they have? And I think they did reduce them, but then they kind of went back. But I was just sort of curious, as part of that work, whether there was any analysis of, I know people often ask, what is the right number of police to have for the amount of crime and or calls for service in Berkeley? And I don't know if that analysis has ever been done. I know it's always complex, but there was a recent budget committee meeting where the fire department was talking about having some kind of audit or analysis underway, looking at what is the right number? You know, how many firefighters does Berkeley need, and what does that look like? So I was curious, and not for anyone to answer now, but it seems like it would be useful to know, has an analysis been done of the right amount of officers given the activity levels? And also, well, my time is basically up, but that's one thing I was curious about. Thank you. Oh, the other thing was, the other piece that's been missing is the MOU, the contract does determine this minimal staffing level. So I think it would be great for folks to understand, what does the contract require currently as part of this conversation. It just would be good to know what is like legally mandated under the contract. Thank you.
And there are no more raised hands, Chair.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, I was actually, planning to review the union contract on my own. And if I have figured out, I'll report back. If not, I'll make sure to ask the department and find understanding on what those minimums are and if they're connected just to patrol or total number. But we can go ahead and move on to our next item, which is new and emerging models. The PRO's finalized report from Nick Jr. Nahali, are you presenting on this?
Yes, thank you. I believe I do have screen sharing capabilities, so let me just. All right, hi everyone. It's great to be here tonight. My name is Nahali and I am a Program and Policy Associate at NICJR, and I will be presenting the new additions, the new and emerging models report today, and I will try my best to be brief. First of all, I'd just like to convey a thank you to the members of the task force for their helpful feedback on the report, and we have incorporated those additions into the report. The main updates can be broken down into 4 categories: alternate 911 call response, alternatives to addressing substance use related calls for service, alternatives to traffic enforcement, as well as police accountability enhancement options. Seattle City Council passed a resolution last year that created a community safety and violence prevention department that will house a new 911 dispatch center. Around 140 positions from the existing 911 call center will be transferred and reallocated to the new department. The general responsibilities of the department include investment in community-led solutions, allocation of funding for a community-led process to decrease policing, and running the aforementioned civilian-controlled 911 dispatch. Substance use is the second area of major additions to the report. 25% of deadly police encounters in the US actually involved individuals undergoing either behavioral or substance use crises. In fact, Black and LGBTQ plus individuals are disproportionately charged with drug-related crimes and experience lower rates of treatment for substance use. Amid the pandemic, increases in drug-related overdoses have been observed throughout the country. The alternatives that NICJR presents deal with the underlying substance use as opposed to criminalizing their behavior. However, the alternatives are still linked to lower substance use related calls for service for police. The first of these alternatives are safe injection locations. Safe injection locations are supervised areas that allow for the uptake of drugs in a safe and hygienic setting. Impacts include prevention of overdoses, a decrease in public drug consumption, and an increase in treatment uptake. The decrease in public drug consumption is one of the factors that correlates to lower calls for service for police related to substance use. Now on to the second on this slide, which is syringe service programs, also known as needle exchange programs, which are a harm reduction mechanism. These programs offer individuals hygienic needles, syringes, along with referrals to other services. Testing for various diseases, vaccine provision, and naloxone training and provision are all offered at these sites. and impacts are similar to those of safe injection locations. And these programs have also demonstrated a decrease in drug use frequency, which in turn lowers substance use related calls for service and that burden on the police. Berkeley currently has a syringe service program in operation known as NEED, the Berkeley Needle Exchange Emergency Distribution. They operate out of a mobile van and they provide naloxone training, fentanyl testing, HIV/AIDS screening, etc. However, increased funding to increase the current availability of NEED is necessary to broaden that impact. We have also highlighted innovative street outreach programs that connect drug users and individuals with substance use disorders to services and supports. The first is a sobering site launching in San Francisco, California. This is supposed to provide an alternative to police involvement for individuals using methamphetamines. These individuals will instead be transferred to the site in non-emergent cases. They are offered medication, housing, and access to treatment at the sobering site. In fact, the city is partnering with Health Right 360, the same community-based organization that oversees the San Francisco Street Crisis Response Team. The following two initiatives work in conjunction with police departments in order to reduce the burden on their officers. The Arlington Opioid Outreach Initiative was created in 2015 as a partnership with a variety of entities, including social works, community-based organizations, health workers, and the linchpin of those, which is public health clinicians that are housed in the Arlington Police Department themselves. The program works to foster relationships with residents of the community, which are identified through frequent police contact, a prior history of drug usage, or previous hospitalization related to overdoses. The clinicians will then attempt to engage the individual and involve them in services and connect them to treatments. Lastly, we have Conversations for Change, a program based in Dayton, Ohio, that is a partnership between the Dayton Police Department and East End Community Services, a nonprofit. The hallmark of this strategy are meetings that offer residents education regarding treatment choices and services. Along with one-on-one mediation, monetary incentives are also provided to individuals who participate in the program. Decriminalization is a more direct approach to substance use disorder calls for service. Decriminalization of drugs is possible. In February of this year, Oregon has decriminalized the possession of all drugs. There are three main arguments in support of decriminalization, and these include, first, that criminalization has failed. The deterrent effect due to punishment is minimal, if at all, and we've seen that in many, many meta-analyses. Second, the drug war disproportionately impacts people of color. They're more likely to be searched, arrested, and subsequently imprisoned for a drug-related offense. And lastly, decriminalization allows for reinvestment and treatment. Estimates done from an analysis by Harvard University in 2016 found that drug prohibition-related expenditures were around $47.8 billion. This could then be saved and reinvested in treatment services that could really affect the rate of drug usage on a national level. Traffic is the third section that has been updated in the report. Programs such as BERCDOT have been proposed in other states like Minnesota, Massachusetts, and Maryland. New York's AG recently proposed ending NYPD involvement in traffic enforcement altogether to reduce that burden on police officers. And in that same vein, automation enforcement duties have been transferred to Washington, D.C.'s Department of Transportation in 2019. So there is recent context for BERCDOT analogous programs that we can pull from. The elimination of pretextual stops is also essential to address disproportionate traffic enforcement. Pretextual stops are currently in the process of being regulated in many states across the country, including California right now. Oregon has banned pretextual stops in 2019. Other states have proposed legislation that prevents specific types of pretextual stops, like broken taillights, tinted windows, etc. It's important to note that eliminating pretextual stops does not have a negative effect on the prevalence of violent crime. Our last set of updates pertain to police accountability enhancement measures. Elimination of the POBR, or the Police Officers Bill of Rights, is our first addition here. 16 states currently employ some sort of POBR, including the state of California. These states provide safeguards, these bills provide safeguards for police officers, like erasing misconduct complaints after a certain amount of time, barring against any potential civilian investigation, and allowing a waiting period before any investigation can begin. Maryland recently repealed its POBR in April of this year and replaced it with stringent use of force measures, inclusion of civilian panels for discipline assignment, and a heavy emphasis on de-escalation tactics. Qualified immunity is another barrier to police accountability. It was established by the Supreme Court in 1967 to protect law enforcement officers from personal liability unless a clearly established statutory or constitutional right was violated. Elimination of qualified immunity will curb officers' free rein to use excessive force. It also allows victims to achieve justice through the legal system without significant barriers. Legislation modifying qualified immunity provisions has been passed in Colorado and New Mexico. Similar legislation is currently pending in California. The George Floyd Justice and Policing Act of 2020 also calls for the national elimination of qualified immunity as well. Another potential tool to address potentially racist and otherwise problematic behavior by officers is improving social media oversight through a routine check of officers' social media. An analysis done by the Racial and Identity Profiling Board on stops in California in 2019, the organization recommended that police departments perform checks on assigned department software as well as social media accounts to identify and hold accountable individuals who are actively biased. Lastly, early intervention systems are an additional mechanism in which police accountability can be fostered. These systems analyze a variety of indicators for problematic behavior, like use of force incidents, citizen grievances, and disciplinary history. In early intervention systems, a peer officer comparison system is utilized, where officers assigned to the same beat are compared. Continued monitoring of officer progress, as well as frequent reviews of system data, are necessary for successful implementation of early intervention systems. And that's it for me. Thank you so much to the task force for allowing me to present today. I appreciate your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fine.
I wanted to ask, can you go back to the slide with the LGBT statistic?
Yes, 1 second. I believe it was in a slide. I think I just mentioned on this slide that it disproportionately affects Black and LGBTQIA plus individuals.
Okay, well, first of all, I want to tell you, I am so pleased to see this presentation. I've been tweeting for 4 years and, you know, it was like music to my ears. I just tweeted yesterday, Cassandra Frederick's the article from Drug Policy Org about the 50-year anniversary on the drug war and how everybody wants these changes.
Right.
And what I wanted to know, how was that information on the LGBT, like what was the methodology? How did they get that statistic? Because it's pretty useful to be able to address those issues.
I can send over where we got that statistic.
Okay.
Maybe that would be even more helpful to have for you to have the full version.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely. But I believe the methodology was pretty straightforward. So I'll get that over to you.
And I wanted to let you know, I so appreciated how you did the new and emerging non-law enforcement models. I mean, you just like footnoted every sentence. I mean, you had links to all the footnotes. It was like just music to my ear. It was great. Thank you so much.
I really appreciate the feedback. Thank you.
First, just a brief point here. Alicia left about 40 minutes ago because she had really bad Wi-Fi issues, but just want to let everyone know that still interactive. Alicia is great. She'll be back, but that's why she's not here right now. And then I actually have a question. I heard, you mentioned deterrence in terms of the drug enforcement. So I was curious if you had any more specific details on that.
Sure. So basically what we were specifically pulling from is a study that showed that the impact of marijuana decriminalization, and they kind of explored that and found that there wasn't a deterrent effect when people were punished and put in prison for possession, anything from possession to larger crimes relating to drug enforcement. For example, they found that in Portugal, that has decriminalized the personal possession of all drugs back in 2001, that they now have much lower rates of drug use than the general average for all of Europe, which technically—
That one I read.
Right, exactly. So yes, those are where we're taking it from.
Oh, thank you. Is it possible you could send me the first study you mentioned?
Yes, definitely.
Thank you.
I'll actually just message it to you right now in the chat.
Or
That works perfect.
I actually think I don't have access to the group chat, but if you want to email it to David, or I'm sure they'll.
No, Holly, if you could
Yeah,
send it to us, and we'll forward it out to
Okay.
Oh,
the
good. Yay.
Yes.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Ejigu.
Thank you. I guess my quick question is, since it's been identified that on the topic of problematic drug use, it's been identified that people of color, Black populations, and LGBTQ populations are more heavily, well, I guess my question is there some program that specifically targets serving these priority populations with psychological and medical treatment for problematic drug use?
That's a great point. We haven't found any Berkeley specific programs in our analysis that, directly that are funded by the city that, connect like minorities and LGBTQ individuals with services specifically, just more general services.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ghosh.
Hi, thanks, Nihali. So happy to see BRCTAT included, or alternatives to traffic enforcement included. And I'll say that some of the stuff is newer to me. Is there a revised draft that I missed? Is there a report that's already sent out or going to be sent out?
I believe it was sent out, Shamika.
It's in your packet for this meeting.
Okay. I am wondering if you have included the Florida legislation that has, I think, for us, the most detailed explanation of what alternatives to traffic enforcement would look like.
Okay.
So I just wanted to sort of point you to that to include in some way. I think it gives some scenarios, and it's based on a paper by Jordan Blair Woods, but the language is the closest to, I guess, implementation. So
Definitely.
Looking at both of those things would be helpful.
We will look into that and try to add it to the report. As you said, it was quite applicable. So we will definitely look into that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, folks? Commissioner Fine.
Yeah, I only had one other brief question. Some of the strategies that I look at are like with the Harm Reduction Coalition and some of those organizations about how people who really struggle like with meth and some of the other stimulant disorders try to reduce their intake in order to at least be functional. because they may not be able to get off the drug, but at least that allows them to be able to have a somewhat productive and rewarding life. And I was wondering if there were other programs that you might want to recommend and some of the recommendations that you put into the report. Because I really am so in touch with what you're saying about safe injection sites and decriminalization, but we have a lot of, in the Division of Mental Health, 70 to 80%, probably higher, are people with both mental illness and co-occurring substance use disorders, and a high number have meth. And we've tried to get all the studies and everything and make sure that people are X-waivered so they can prescribe all these drugs. And I know lifelong medical is when they go out in the field, they're even able to sort of start treatment if somebody is willing. But a lot of it is just very persistent, slow progress in trying to get people to use some level of harm reduction. And I didn't know if you had more strategies and best practices and things like that that might be useful to the city. Because right now the division doesn't they don't have, I think they're in the process of having a contract with an abstinence-based provider, which really is not going to do it for a number of people. But they do have some mental health professionals who can prescribe, and it's getting into that in between where they need to be educated and trained so they can at least be advising people in a effective way to try to get them to reduce some of their intake.
Right. I know the Harm Reduction Coalition does some of that work and trainings with organizations across the US, like you mentioned. So perhaps a partnership with that organizations like that who already engage in that kind of work would be beneficial for Berkeley. In addition, I completely agree. Substance use is a lot about management, not about complete abstinence, as in the past has kind of been like the solution for these kind of things. So as we kind of push that way, it's definitely something that we need to talk about.
Okay, anyone else? Okay. Commissioner Ghost?
I have a minor thing. I could email you, but I'm really bad at writing stuff down and emailing it. So it's just easier for me to tell you now. One thing, I guess we've sort of brought this up. The text in the report says accidents, and could you change that word to collisions? Even I understand that the source material might still say accidents, but this I'm assuming is a summary, so we can change the language to be
in the
consistent
PowerPoint or
the way we are starting to talk in Berkeley about collisions with vehicles. Is that clear? This is on page 16.
Okay, got it. Yes, we will change accident to collision.
Yeah, thank you.
Seeing no other hands, thank you, Nahali. Certainly, this report's gone through big changes, and I appreciate them. I haven't been able to read word for word quite yet, but what I read so far and the rest that I skimmed, I see the new things in there. I also appreciated it. I'll mention the safe, the safe needle programs, and how vital some of those things are that sometimes are left out. So thank you for adding that, and yeah, look forward to seeing more things. Okay, we will move on in our agenda to our citywide town hall discussion. And that's Nick Jr. will be leading that discussion, but
it's going to be me,
ready
Commissioner
when you are.
Mizell. That's Cheryl.
Hi, Cheryl.
Thank you. So Cheryl Bonacci, I am the project manager and communications director for NICJR, and I just want to give you a quick update on follow up on the community engagement subcommittee report, and then a little update on where we're moving next. So we have held 2 listening sessions in the community with Pastor Smith. With the Black community, there were 17 people there. And then the second one was with Pastor Smith as well, and that was with low income, housing insecure, people experiencing mental health challenges and formerly incarcerated people, and there were 27 people there. And then we also held a merchant community listening session with a correlation between Downtown Merchants Association and the Telegraph Merchants Association. We conducted 3 BPD listening sessions. And then we're also organizing with community engagement task force members to do more listening sessions with Latinx, LGBTQ, and the Asian community, as well as more youth focused listening sessions. So I want to thank the community engagement subcommittee members and the other task force members that have offered to help coordinate those. And then a little update on the surveys. We have the good news is that we have 2,500 respondents so far. So that's the good news. The not so good news is that we don't have the level of diversity that we would like. So we have kind of 2 asks of the task force, is that do you have thoughts or ideas for expanding the reach of the survey to a more diverse population? And I know that Shamika is doing some work with CBOs, that we have sent out the survey to a long list of CBOs. I think that was shared from the task force, and Shamika is going to help us push that out. But if there are other ideas that you want to share or you want to explore with us to push the survey out to our more vulnerable populations, that'd be great. And then we wanted to the agenda point of the citywide town hall, we wanted to know if the task force would like to co-host the town hall that we're scheduled to do. So if that's an interest to you, we can, do either offline or at some point a discussion on what that can look like, the goals and objectives we want to achieve and things like that.
I think if the task force co-hosts the event, that you might have a higher chance of getting more diversity, because we would be reaching out to all of our communities to try and be part of that.
Absolutely. So is that a yes that we want to do it?
That's my recommendation, that we should do this.
I mean, we definitely could. We would need
a motion and then a roll call.
No, because we need a vote to have. Well, technically, I could say a special meeting. We'd have a vote to schedule a special meeting, and then assuming we can get quorum, at least to start the meeting, which would be 9 of us, I think we can get that. It could be run as a quasi meeting per se through this task force. But yeah, any other thoughts, commissioners?
Is it possible to hold a vote on this immediately?
I believe so. I don't know exactly if there's any in terms of
planned for
the city we have to clear, but
let me ask a clarifying question. Do you want to vote on, so for the citywide town hall, it would not be a problem. We would be wise to notice it as a special meeting so that a quorum of the task force can attend. I don't know that a vote's needed to do that. That would just be proper Brown Act protocol. And I'm assuming that that would be the case. So I think we'd want to coordinate with you, Chair, in terms of just making sure we properly open up the meeting and let the town hall occur.
yes. And I'm sorry, what are the dates we're looking at for this potentially?
Yeah, so I think, Dave, and you can clarify for me that I think we don't have a specific date yet, and we have extended community engagement opportunities into July. So we have some time to pick a date that works where we can really have a good turnout and impact.
Okay. If I commit to the commission to have that conversation with David and Shamika and Buna, and find some suggestible dates, I can bring that back on the, well, this one I have earlier in June, but I think on the 30th for a July date, presumably. I'll see if that sounds tenable. Commissioner Hyde.
Great. I don't mean to jump the line. It looked like Commissioner.
My apologies.
And Lutzker should be first.
For sake of order, Commissioner Lutzker, if you'd go, please.
Okay, sure, thanks. So I just have a couple questions. One is, will the town hall, I think it would be important that there be Spanish translation available during it. So I just want to make sure that will be part of it.
Yeah, we can do that through Zoom.
Okay, great. My other, I guess my first question, and it leads into a suggestion, is when you say, I'm very not surprised that the survey is not very diverse. That's like not surprising given honestly how it's been, the electronic distribution of it. I guess I'm wondering if you can just speak a little bit more into the demographics and specific groups that you're hoping to get more feedback from, or if it's just like not wealthy white people.
So I think that we really want more engagement from Black and African American community, Latinx, and Asian populations are all not as highly represented as we, and you're right that I think that we, you kind of anticipate that, which is why we sort of have a more robust and want to have the listening sessions and want to expand as much as we can, and wanted to engage with the community-based organizations to help push out the survey, to help reach their targeted populations, whether it's printing out the survey or sharing it at their locations. There are opportunities, and that's really where the community is important in this engagement.
Okay, yeah, I guess I'm wondering if you're specifically interested in race, or if there's also differences in income. Well, I guess income's not indicated, but geography, like zip code is indicated, and also different other identifiers, LGBTQ, like are all of those kind of underrepresented right now?
I actually don't have the specifics from BRG, but I can get a more detailed breakdown for you of really where the underrepresented populations are.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful in having commissioners make specific recommendations about specific groups. One thing I was going to ask was whether you have done outreach through, and it's a little hard now because school is out, but through the Berkeley Unified OFE. It's the Office of Family Equity and Engagement. They're really wonderful. They have lots of alternative ways of getting information to people. They basically are advocates for some of the most vulnerable families in our school district.
Yeah, we can definitely look at that, and I'll double check and make sure and see if that's we've engaged with them, and if not, we can definitely go there.
Yeah, it's hard because it's not a nonprofit; it's like part of the BUSD
That's
system.
right.
So
I have a contact.
Okay, great. Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, what was the question again, Task Force Member Lutzker?
Oh, well, my initial question was just whether, the first question was where the underrepresentation was. And the second question is whether there's been engagement through OFE, the Office of Family Equity and Engagement at BUSD.
I can follow up. We did positively communicate with Superintendent Stevens, and he promised to help push out the survey through the district. And so I'll ask him where he's done it. And it sounds like he hasn't done it based on.
Well, it hasn't been, it hasn't come to me, but I am not, my family is, lucky enough to not be served by OFE. Well,
okay.
We'd be lucky to be served by OFE, but also we don't have the need. It has not been pushed out district wide, that's for sure.
Okay, we'll follow up with him because we asked him to help us out.
Commissioner Ghosh.
I'm going to let Commissioner Hyde go and then.
I can totally second the strength of OFE's relationships and in a really granular, really caring way. The OFE staff is fantastic and they could be a great asset. I don't know if Nahali is still with us, but I wanted to just quickly ask, I just took a spin through the longer report that's in the packet tonight. And one category that felt important that I didn't see in the full breakdown is any youth outreach and or gang violence interruption. That may fall under something else, but I just wondered if specifically addressing the youth community in terms of alternatives to policing is part of things.
It's a huge part of what we do at NICJR, so I'm going to go out on a limb and say yes. But I can double check, and if there is information to add around new and emerging and or in alternative responses. But yeah.
Great, thank you.
I wanted to step back and ask what this town hall that we're talking about I feel like often with the community engagement, we're talking with assumptions about what a survey is, what a listening session is, what a town hall is. And I want to understand what the purpose is, what the agenda is, what is the outcome we're looking for, how does it fit into the overall community outreach strategy, where would you start the conversation for the town hall? Is it a presentation of the report? And yeah, I'm just not clear on and we're saying one town hall, right? So
that's correct, right, Dave? Yeah.
Yes.
So to me, the town hall, and again, when we're trying to create a robust community engagement where we activate the survey and we have targeted listening sessions with our most vulnerable populations, and the town hall is a way to do a little bit of everything that you just talked about in a way, is that it is an opportunity to share with the broader community the things that the task force has been working on, where we are with the report, where we are with evolving this effort for people who may not be able to come to at these meetings and may not get regular updates, and at the same time engage them in the conversation of where this work is going, right? And so I think that the details of how we do that, I think, is something that we should work on together.
Okay, I guess I have, I'm still trying to understand. I haven't got an answer yet about how the survey fits in, or what we're supposed to do with the results of the survey, and this is a question for everybody, how much weight does the survey have, especially considering all the diversity issues we're having with the survey? How do you weigh that with the listening sessions? How do you weigh that with one town hall, right? And even in the design of it, I'm assuming it's going to be online, which in itself, again, I know we have a limited budget, so I'd like us to think about whether the town hall strategy, Guna has her hand up, so I would appreciate Guna's insight on this. But just to say, I'm having trouble understanding the strategy behind doing such a big effort versus continuing to have deeper conversations with more of our community. So I understand that there's a need to explain to the community what's happening, but we could do that in 10 minutes at the beginning of each meeting where we give an update. Sorry, I'm just feeling very skeptical about a big effort being more performative and not actually moving us. We can check it off and say we did a town hall, but I'm having trouble understanding how we would design it to get any real input.
More input from the community. I think that there are ways, and again, there is an alignment between the questions in the survey, the questions that are in the listening sessions. They're not identical, but they are synchronistic to allow us to get sort of some higher level input and some deeper input with our most vulnerable communities. And then I think the town hall, and Dave White, you may want to speak on the town hall a little bit, but I think it is trying to find as many robust ways as we can to engage the community. And I don't think that the town hall is simply about sharing information with a broader community, because I agree with you that there are ways that we can continue to do that. But I think it's a way to engage them, a broader spectrum of the community in the discussion. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add. I agree, Cheryl. I mean, the whole notion is, you know, just like the survey, if we just stopped at a survey, I think our work would be, you know, wholly incomplete. And so I think the idea is we want to provide as many different types of venues as possible in order to facilitate discussion and get input. So I agree with you, Baranali, wholeheartedly that I think how we structure this will determine the outcome. And so, you know, there can be space for some presentation, there can be space for some breakout rooms. There could be all kinds of different strategies employed in order to ensure that this provides yet another meaningful forum for input.
And if I can follow up on that too, is that I think what happens in a town hall is, you know, when we're doing listening sessions, we're focused on a targeted population with more than likely people with shared lived experience. When we have a town hall, we have the opportunity to hear our different perspectives, and it can help the community sort of move forward in a more collective way, right? So we do, my individual response to the survey is sort of my own personal. The listening session feedback is sort of a smaller targeted group. The town hall is the larger community engaging on this topic. So I think it also allows for different levels of this conversation to happen, not just in the silos of our individualities or our specific communities.
Will the survey still be open when the town hall happens? Will it be like a mid?
No, the survey is scheduled to close on the 15th.
Okay. I guess I am feeling that every step, I guess with the listening sessions, and, you know, we haven't met yet, so you'll hear some of our concerns around listening sessions, concerns around having a town hall where people have to continuously share traumatic experiences to be believed. Being part of this community, you just have to listen to the city council meeting where the omnibus was passed to understand what people are asking for, and to have to sort of replay that over and over again and expect people to over and over again show up and tell you how traumatized people are or the experiences they've had. That's not what I think this process is about. We already know those things. How do we build on that? How do we have a discussion about alternatives? You know, I'm not seeing that from much of the community outreach that's happening. I'm not seeing that in the survey. I'm not seeing that so far. We haven't received the script for the listening sessions, so I have no idea what we're talking about in the listening sessions. But if they're all this sort of open-ended thing, why isn't the comments at the city council meeting where the omnibus was, why isn't that on record as what the community wants? I don't want us to do outreach that just checks a box. I want us to do something that actually educates people on what we are all learning as a task force about these alternatives and how it can make the lives of our community members better and help them understand, you know, what we are thinking police resources are best used for, and how other resources can be used to actually, you know, have people's lives change or make them feel safe in the city. And another open-ended meeting where people are expected to come and tell us the same thing that we've heard over and over again, it's just not appealing to me. I'm sorry, we have to work harder on this outreach. It can't be the same menu of items that you do, you know, everywhere. It has to be specific to Berkeley. And I think the Berkeley population is more educated and more engaged in this process. I'm sure other cities you work at are as well, but that's where I'm at, knowing what you've shared so far and what I've seen of the survey and of the listening sessions. I'm just skeptical. So But it seems like other members are interested. So obviously, if we do it, we do it. But I'm feeling quite skeptical. So, Buna.
Yeah, couple of things. One, I think to be able to have a really successful town hall is to have people come not to learn and listen, but to participate and respond. So if we waited until some of the community outreach is done, the survey is done, all of that, and actually have some recommendations to share with the community and say, we're inviting you, as we have been doing this work, to come and respond to some of the recommendations that we're thinking of making. People will show up for that. And also in Berkeley, it's very difficult to get people with experience, lived experience, to get to town halls. The most successful town hall I've been part of was last year after Mr. Floyd's murder, was attended by 400 people, mostly people of color. But there was an event that everybody sort of felt like we had to be there because we had to come up with some responses. The only thing I can think of is when we're ready to share some recommendations with the community. And I don't know, David, if we can do that without sending them to council first, that might be something that people might be very interested in. So those were, and I agree with Bernali to just have a town hall for the sake of having a town hall. The same people will show up that answered the surveys.
Thank you, Buna.
Yeah, I would just add, would there be some type of, so let's say potentially it's what Buna described, and some proposed recommendations, assuming we could do it, were displayed and we got responses. Is it the type of event where I feel like there needs to be a primer to start and something short, but that just can kind of open up this topic? I think for many people in the community, just naturally because of the police have been there, the police is what people know, and there are a lot of assumptions about how the police operate and what they do on a day-to-day basis, in public perception, which may or may not be true. And that just having that knowledge that, oh, well, I guess that's not quite what I thought. So, I might not agree with this recommendation, but now at least I'm fully in the conversation. It's not, oh, but we need the police. All situations. So I don't know. Cheryl, would you think that a primer would be appropriate at a town hall like this?
And if I'm hearing you and Buna, I agree that there is why am I coming to the town hall, right? What is it that, and to Bernali's point, is that if you're going to ask me to rehash my experiences, that doesn't interest me, right? So I think it is strategizing on what are the reasons why people would want to come to the town hall. And what are I'm trying to think of what a primer could look like. I don't disagree with you, and maybe there's a way to utilize the listening sessions and this next phase of the survey engagement with the community-based organizations to sort of, maybe that's a piece of the primer, right? But really identifying what the primer is, when it happens, and where is that going to get us, right? So a few questions to answer to get there, but I don't necessarily disagree with it as it feels a little bit like you and Buna are saying the same thing with a little bit of a different approach, right, to the why.
Yeah. No, thank you for that answer. And again, I trust the folks on the subcommittee to fully carry that through the what would be most effective and what would be most. If I'm a community member, would I want to show up? I guess if I wasn't some dude decided to be on the PRC as a teenager, for some reason, would I want to show up? And what would I see if I did? So I think those are big questions, but work to be done to be answered.
How will I be? How will I be heard if I show up? Right.
Yes.
Nathan, you just mentioned PRC. There is a survey going out around the community from the PRC.
Yes,
So,
there is.
and that keeps showing up like every couple of days. So maybe that's what needs to happen, is that the survey just needs to show up over and over and over again, and not just one effort.
Yeah, that might be it. I think I forget where responses are at now, but I think it's over 200 now, which
over
for what we're expecting, that's. Oh, sorry, Ms. Wright, do you have the exact number?
No, I didn't. I was thinking the survey for this group is over 2,000
okay.
at this point.
I believe it's 185, which was a few days ago.
Okay. That's all right. Thank you. So in terms of actionable steps, I'm looking at commissioners for suggestions. Do we not want to make any motions? And, Boone and I just secure a potential date for a potential town hall. We have to decide on, whether we'll have it for sure, and obviously what is it actually within the content of that town hall. Do you want to do something more formal with a motion?
I would move this to the engagement subcommittee. Because that's, I don't know how the folks who are still here from that subcommittee feel about it, but we're talking about engagement. We're talking about, all the things that subcommittee is working on. So if we recommend and we ask them, can you meet on this particular issue and give feedback to at the 30th meeting? I think that would be the strategy to get to some of this. And they can work with Cheryl.
Yeah.
They already have a relationship with Cheryl.
I'm happy to help out if I can be helpful.
Vice Chair, would you like to make the motion?
I don't think you need a motion. I think
you don't, because this is just
okay.
Yeah.
So, as long as Cheryl follows up with them.
Great. Thank you, everyone.
Can I mention one teeny
yeah,
thing?
of course.
I do think it would be helpful to, I know the other research consultant is going to different locations with a paper survey or doing interviews to get responses from people who may not have access to technology. And I'm thinking that and they are incentivizing it, but it may require that kind of effort in order to get more diverse responses from people who some people don't even have a phone, or they have a flip phone. If you're missing that section, that group.
Yeah, I think that is one of the things that we were hoping the CBOs could help with, because they are, on site and or in street outreach. That we would love that.
Okay. Well, thank you, Cheryl, and appreciate your work so far and the work with the subcommittee as it goes forward. We'll move now to our next item on the agenda, a discussion about whole person care, a community safety model. Commissioner Fine.
Yes, I believe Shamika, okay. All right. Oh man. Okay. Can you see the, I hope this, oh wait, no. I need to,
We just did, and then it disappeared.
yeah, 1, 2, 3, 8. I hope I got them all. Okay, can you see it now?
Not yet.
No, unfortunately.
Oh, now I got it. I'm just gonna click these. Okay, now, okay. I'm just gonna talk a little bit about whole person care, which is a way to look at a new model for community safety by supporting people who need care across multiple systems because they're living with very complex conditions, and many of whom are unhoused. And this discussion started quite a while ago on the Mental Health Commission. Buna Chima has been one of the advocates and leaders on it. In fact, the mayor actually mentioned it during the town hall on Tuesday night. And what it is, in 2016, California Department of Healthcare Services initiated 25 whole care person pilots, and Alameda County was one of them. And over 3 years till December 2020, they received 140 million. And they made a very clear decision to help people who are homeless and who have complex physical, behavioral, and social conditions, and that need help integrating their care across many systems in order to avoid contact with the police, the criminal, legal, and incarceration systems, and with a goal of serving people equitably and by providing culturally responsive services. So here, over this period of time, Alameda County has really done a great job, I believe, in doing this. And what it's done is it's ended up improving the clients' lives. They have taken a housing first approach, and they committed and continue to commit 50% of their resources to housing. And they have developed an infrastructure with a data sharing platform that I'll get to that integrates care across systems. And their new behavioral crisis response system, like their SCU in Alameda County, also has access to the data sharing through their computer system so they can target people's needs in the field. As far as the housing, not only are they wanting to get people safe, permanent housing, but they've really developed housing navigation, counseling, and in fact have set up a housing hotline through Bay Legal, which is open to everybody, but every day for 9 to 3, people can call and get help with their housing. So they've made a concerted effort not just to obtain housing, but get people to maintain it. The part that I find is really made it dramatically different from what we see here in Berkeley is the community records that are on this data sharing platform. And on Thursday, June 24th at 7 p.m., the Mental Health Commission is going to host Alameda County's folks that do the community health records. It's called Alameda Care Connect. They serve people who have experienced homelessness with very high needs. And they will come and show us the entire dashboard system and how they integrate housing, medical, mental health, substance use, social, crisis response, and incarceration information across the board. And the great thing is clients can also access this portal so they can have communication on a shared treatment plan with their providers. For me, this is really important because it increases the client's participation and their ability to engage in shared decision-making. And Alameda County even goes to the length of doing trainings and providing newsletters. And then right here, you can see where the portal is. one thing, oh, and then right here, you can see the data sources that are currently flowing into the community health records. I mean, you have Alameda Alliance, you have social services, you have John George, you have Santa Rita Jail. They're also now in Berkeley doing data sharing agreements, and hopefully soon the Division of Mental Health will be on this platform for their highest needs clients. Right now, the Division of Mental Health for the very highest needs clients, probably 70 to 75 people, is spending approximately $60,000 in Medi-Cal costs for public mental health services. And in addition to that, is spending approximately $20,000 more under the mental health services plan. So this system, and they also have a quality improvement part, is just really critical for moving clients away from punishment systems and into service systems, while at the same time trying to support their independence and their ability to be involved in their case planning and to also have stable, predictable housing. And I will be sending out the invitation to everybody, because it's the Director of Program Development and the Director of Strategy and Implementation for the data sharing platform that connects all these services that will be at our Mental Health Commission meeting. And I hope that you can come, because this is really an incredibly important way to go from the reduction to improvement to reinvestment, and get into that area of health and mental health and substance use and benefiting our most vulnerable people who are living in Berkeley. So that's it. And I don't know if there's any questions, but
May I add just a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely.
So in my vision, this is the SCU. I think when we first started to talk about this and Alameda County started to put this together, the idea was to have this hub from which things happen, and different, both government as well as CBOs would work very closely together to reduce harm to people who were sometimes are the highest cost people to the system. What happened here in Berkeley is that because of the tension between the police and the issues that were coming up around police activity, police actions, that we started to look more at a model that had less police intervention than a model that puts a person in the center, and then whatever services they need, they're surrounded by. So you don't have to send off, an SCU van here, a fire truck here, health outreach workers somewhere else. Every person is connected to the services that they need. I hope this doesn't show up in the newspaper tomorrow. Just kidding. But that to me is the vision for the future. And now that we have 8 million, maybe we can achieve that and also have the SCU services that are needed. Thank you, Margaret.
Oh, thank you. I think the great thing is that this infrastructure and the data platform is in that van too. So there's continuity of care, not only at the time that they're met in the field with a crisis, they can target the assessment and then be able to know from looking at the electronic record where would be the best destination to take somebody. So you can completely avoid hospital emergency rooms and jail stays and not have people being transported by police, potentially arrested, detained, and sitting in the jail because there isn't a different option. And my real feeling also economically, it is going to save Berkeley a lot of money, because right now you're looking at a Division of Mental Health who has access to the Medi-Cal specialty mental health services through Clinicians Gateway. Specialty mental health services, they do in Berkeley, because it's a separate jurisdiction, are targeted case management, mental health, clinician services, and crisis. It's much bigger than that. It's also day treatment, it's inpatient hospitalization. I mean, there's like 10 different major services. That's why when I cite the costs, it's all those costs bundled together, including jail, mental health costs. And hopefully with a system like whole person care, we're able to cut through that, because every time that somebody pulls up their computer, right there in the screen, I've been to their demonstration already, and it will show you exactly what you can see in real time, because it just, not everything is exactly in real time, but a lot of it is. And you know, sometimes I wonder if we know where our clients are, and with this system, the chances of that happening are low. And it's also just, it's good for the client. They don't have to ask for a medical record. They're trained to be able to go to a computer, and with the, hey, I'm going back to the library next week to work, they can come to the library now and use the computers. So I'm a big fan of this.
Hi, Commissioner Hyde.
Thanks. This does look amazing, Margaret. Really impressive. Has it existed in Alameda County for a while? Do we have any statistics about improvements or money saved or time saved, or, you know, burdens shifted and reduced? That's question one. And then question two is, if it's existed in Alameda County or any county, is there a reason that Berkeley hasn't been part of it and that we're just now joining up? And those are the two questions.
First of all, Berkeley is a separate jurisdiction from Alameda County in terms of mental health. They made a decision that they're unique, and so we do not share. That's why we're not on the platform right now. What's happening in Alameda County is it's called Alameda Care Connect. They started with the very highest level users, and now different cities, the other 10 cities in Alameda County, are joining in. But apparently, I think we have the data sharing agreement, and I don't know if it's signed yet or it will be signed shortly, but those very high level clients should soon be able to be part of it, and Berkeley should be able to access the system. They could go to it in Alameda County. It just makes it so much easier if they can go to it in Berkeley where their community is. But it's a great question, because it is separate. It's very different. And I would come to the presentation to ask the statistical questions, because the data person who's the director of like the data is going to be there, and she'll definitely be able to answer that.
Yeah, one question. And this is really just curiosity. I know it hasn't rolled out in Berkeley yet, but I guess of your observations in Alameda County, is there any pushback on the privacy side of things? I mean, almost everything's shared at this point, but in terms of all that data being linked through this vendor?
Yeah, the way it works, first of all, the client must sign the consent. There's an actual piece of this that will be shown in the demonstration about, you have to abide by HIPAA no matter what. There's privacy and data issues no matter what, and they have to ensure that the data is secure and that they have consent in order to be able to share. And that's definitely addressed. You know, I don't want to go too deep in it. Do you have anything to comment on there, Buna? I mean,
because both Margaret and I are going to keep, you know, pushing this, and especially at the Mental Health Commission level, to make sure that the city of Berkeley gets fully, that Berkeley Mental Health gets fully integrated into this system. It's not just that that Berkeley Mental Health is a separate jurisdiction, it's that the city of Berkeley's health department, the entire health department stands on its own, works together with Alameda County, but there are two cities in California, and Berkeley's one of them that has its own health services. No, you're doing great, as always.
anyway, we were really excited that we got to share. And I say this because really quite seriously, we have been considering this pilot under the Mental Health Services Act for a couple years. And it's great to be able to see it as part of potentially reimagining public safety. I really hope that there will be many individuals who are struggling with homelessness that can benefit from this.
Yes, thank you. Okay, seeing no other hands, we can move on to our penultimate item of the night. This item comes from me, but really it's an open discussion for the commission. One of the concerns that various commissioners have brought up in terms of the subcommittee level, which I think are fair, is, when we have presentations, at times the length may hurt our ability to actually ask questions and make sure that everyone's able to attend and ask questions and be fully engaged. So really just, considering the possibility of, a time limit on presentations, possibly a slide limit, to ensure that we're moving through the things we want to move through and asking questions we want to ask, and are still engaged throughout that process. At this moment, and again, it's really an open discussion, I'm not suggesting that we change in terms of asking questions. So I think we're still at that inquiry stage where it's important that we have open questions and open discussion. But in terms of just sheer presentation time, I think very strongly that would benefit the task force in the long run. But I'm open to thoughts from any commissioner. Commissioner Fine.
The one thing I thought about, because I am somebody who likes to participate, is not really knowing, like, if I'm called on, I ask a question. I haven't started making like lists of questions, and I didn't really know, like, should we have some guidance there about how much to ask at one time? I know how do we balance it out? So, because I think our discussions are really meaningful and I learn a lot, but I never really understand, like, if we're called on, what does that mean? Can we ask one,
fair
2,
question.
or 10?
Well, yeah, the task force doesn't have any specific standing rules for the task force. Of course, we have the overarching commission rules, which refer to Robert's Rules of Order, and some tweaks to that. But as far as we can decide whether we want to say, it's a certain amount of questions. Honestly, I've been playing it, or in the sense where I'm just going to allow folks to talk and ask the questions they have. I guess my view of it is it better for me if we limit it, let's say 1 or 2 questions, and then, let's say 1/3 of people ask questions had another question, and then it just came to them, and then we're almost in the same situation, but that's really just my thinking on it, Any other suggestions? If not, I can motions.
I
Yes,
thought there were a
Commissioner.
couple of other things we talked about on the subcommittee, and I can remember only 1 or 2. One was if it would be possible at all to have recorded presentations that could be posted, with the slides and with the information. That was just one suggestion. And there might have been others. Pam, do you remember any others?
Yes, I pulled up my notes now. Thank you, Boona.
Thank you.
So it was...
Chair Mizell?
Yes.
I'll just quickly interject, Vice Chair Chima. Shamika fully posts the entire task force meeting on the task force webpage, usually within a week or so after the meeting. And she's added some functionality into the YouTube so that you can actually pick the part of the meeting that you specifically want to watch, so you don't have to go through the whole recording to find any specific section. So for example, tonight, you'll see a demarcation for the presentation from the police department. You'll see a demarcation for the presentation from National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform. So we are posting the full videos for every meeting and annotating them so you can go back to any section you'd like to see. And we're doing that just to make sure that there's a solid record and that anyone on this task force, if you want to go back and rewatch a meeting.
David, that was not what we were talking about. We were talking about if it was possible that for an upcoming presentation, that could be a recording could, that the presentation could be recorded and we could listen to the recording before the meetings so we could save some time at the meetings. I think that's what the suggestion was, but you have your notes, Nathan.
Yes, that is what the suggestion was. And as you said, then you'll have your questions written down, assuming, we get it within, I think 72 hours would be fair. Open discussion, Commissioner Ijigu.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm for that. And I'm glad you mentioned that because our meetings have become more and more lengthy each time. So I do propose, I do agree that there ought to be a time limit on presentation and also a time limit on the question answer period after a presentation.
I want to support the recording piece as well. I mean, I guess we're all thinking about how we can structure the meeting. So most of the meeting is discussion among us and not us sitting quietly and watching somebody present. How do we make best use of this time together? And so if staff has other suggestions, we'd be open to hearing them. But I think in our discussions, this was what we came up with, which is, we can read the report, but sometimes a summary that's being delivered verbally with slides can be helpful, especially, folks have different ways of taking information in. So I think having a presentation with slides is helpful, but having that at this meeting doesn't always feel like the best use of our time. Like it's 10:45, we've been here since 6 p.m. and we could have all watched, I think, the three presentations that were given today, while I was making dinner 2 days ago, and had time to absorb it and ask questions. That's a suggestion. I know for some people, it will still be easier to come to a meeting and listen to a presentation, but I think it's worth trying it. Also, because as you can see, there are some commissioners who have to leave early, and we never get the benefit of their input or their questions as part of the discussion, because it's very hard to stay on for a 4-hour meeting for all our commissioners. And I think that's one of my biggest worries, is that we don't have everybody showing up to every meeting. We don't hear from all our commissioners. We're doing town halls, we're doing surveys. I don't even know if all the other commissioners know what's going on with this commission, So two things: I support the recording or any other solution that uses our time together to have discussion and have a Q&A. And second, can we please check in to what the barriers are for why the meetings are not as fully attended as we would hope? Because there are folks who are on this commission whose voice I would really value, whose input I would really value, and they're not here.
All fair, Commissioner. Mr. White, if I could ask, in terms of communicating out to, city staff, the police department, is it reasonable to ask for a recorded presentation? I would think in some ways that would make it easier, and some may argue that makes it worse, but Does that seem like a reasonable request that folks would be willing to follow?
I am absolutely more than happy to bring the request back to our team. Not totally prepared to commit to that's something that we can do, but totally happy to bring it back to the team and talk about any strategies that we can do to make life easier.
Okay. Okay, for right now, I think my suggested motion will be then that we limit presentations to a max, maybe I should go lower than the max, but a max of 20 minutes, which I think is plenty of time. And then it'd be, at least for now, strongly recommended that presentations be recorded ahead of time and posted at the appropriate time to meet public notice requirements. So we also have time, and of course the public has time to view these recordings of the presentations. And then we can come into our meeting with questions prepared. And yeah, so I motion to I guess, create standing rules for the commission. These rules regard the streamlining of presentations agenda. I would set a 20-minute cap on presentations and a strong recommendation for outside folks to record presentations so we can save some time there. So I'll put that on the floor. Commissioner Opton. You're muted, Commissioner.
We have not yet talked about the advantages of getting written communications. Anything that the police department or anyone else can say to us as a lecture can also be said in writing, and it can be absorbed by us interested commissioners a whole lot more quickly if we see it in writing, and more thoroughly. I think that's why humans invented writing. So I think we should take as much advantage as we can of getting written communications as well as oral presentations.
Was that a second?
It was a,
So, question?
It was actually a sort of oblique approach to the motion. I wasn't seconding it or criticizing it, but trying to give us something to think about as an addition to it or an alternative to it in some way, which I have not formulated. But I'd like to see us amend that motion to incorporate the desirability of written communications.
okay.
So I have
yeah.
Can we ask questions now?
Yeah,
or do we have to wait for a second?
Can I make Commissioner Opton? We actually post materials prior to the meeting about a week ahead of time that will sort of inform the discussion. It's just FYI, and I usually email and give you sort of a notification when that happens. And this usually happens about a week before our meetings.
I would like to second Commissioner Meisel's motion. This is Commissioner Hyde.
We have motion, a second on the floor. Are there any more discussion? Vice Chair?
Yeah, my only concern is that while the 20-minute limit will work well between now until the informative presentations are being done. But once we get into looking at reports and recommendations, we might have to go back and change that. Because I can't see how the recommendations that they present, that Nick Jr.'s folks present in July or August, could be done in 20 minutes. So just so we know that we might have to come back and revise this. Did that make sense to anybody, or is it too close to 11 o'clock?
No, I think
No, it made sense. I'm thinking about the motion, and because,
Can we
Parker, if
include
we
those
say
things
it's
now in the motion? Just exclude the what we know is going to be the reason we're here. Those level presentations.
we can always change it when we reach that phase, or we're saying presentation, not discussion. We're not limiting discussion time yet. So
and
most of it would happen during discussion. I think the discussion time is the prerogative of whoever's chairing the meeting, Nathan or you.
yeah, and we can suspend the rules. So when that comes up, if we say, yeah, that's a presentation we're going to have to spend a long time on, we can suspend potentially this new proposed rule for that meeting or for that presentation and go forward. So any other conversation on this item? If not, yeah, Ms. Cole, if you could call the roll, please.
All right, just so I'm clear, Hyde, you were second on that motion, right? Thank you. Commissioner Fine?
Yes.
Commissioner Jigu?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chima?
Yes.
Commissioner Blake, absent. Commissioner Lindheim?
I guess.
Yes, yes.
I'll say yes. It doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, at this point, but I'm not going to get in the way of it.
Commissioner Dangerfield?
Yes.
Commissioner Ghosh?
Yes.
Hyde?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Malvito? Absent. Commissioner Polk? Absent. Commissioner Opton?
I feel the same as Commissioner Lindheim, and with him, I'll vote a qualified yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Walker? Absent. Commissioner Harger? Absent. Commissioner Diaz? Absent. Commissioner Lutzker?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Ho? Absent. And Chair Mizell?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will move straight into subcommittee discussion.
Can I ask one more question for staff? When we get into discussion of the report and things like that, do you all feel like you have the capacity to do breakout rooms for commissioners?
For this task force?
Yeah.
I don't know that we can do a breakout room under the Brown Act. I'll have to look into that. I just don't know. But if we can do it, if this Zoom account doesn't have the capacity to, we can either purchase it or find one that does. So that's not an issue. I remember I asked the question of our clerk, and I just don't remember the answer he gave me to that. I just have to go back to him.
Because this commission is generally larger than other commissions, so it would
Agree.
It would be good for some robust discussion without us being here forever. Thank you.
Yeah, let me commit to following up, and then I'll find out.
Especially if a special meeting and the town hall, we talked about breakout rooms. So it would be good preparation to know if the town hall is being held as a special meeting of the commission and we're expecting to do breakout rooms. It'd be good to know in that case as well.
Commissioner Fine?
No, I was just, there was one last item that on the.
Yes, subcommittee discussion for your
Yeah, I
proposed
just want to.
subcommittee?
Yeah, I hope we still have a quorum, but in working on the community, on the whole person care model and a community safety approach, I began thinking about, we have reforms that the policing subcommittee is looking at in terms of policy and procedure, and also in terms of programming, like probably dealing with bail, dealing with violence prevention, dealing with gun violence. And I feel like there's a need for a subcommittee to improve and reinvest in terms of looking at programs that are more in terms of health, mental health, substance use, social services, and equities and disparities and social determinants of health. And so I guess Frances left. She was one person. She specializes in domestic violence and has a keen interest in transformative and restorative approaches to people recovering from domestic violence. And I didn't know if maybe, because Mr. White was really kind and added this item after the agenda had been posted, because I had asked for it. And I mean, I could wait till the next time when more people are here, or potentially set up the subcommittee and make outreach. And so that's kind of what I'm looking at in terms of trying to look at those kinds of programs and where they may fit into this reimagining public safety.
Okay, sounds good to me.
I'm just a little concerned about our dwindling membership.
Yes.
A couple of people have not shown up, and I think there are 5 or 6 people on the engagement subcommittee. We have 8 on the police, and it's needed, but we don't have enough people here tonight who can say, yes, I'm also interested, and I'll work on that subcommittee.
Why don't we
Yeah.
and have it be the first item when
Yeah.
we have the majority of people, commissioners present?
Mhm.
It seems like at the beginning of the meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, you read my mind on this one.
Okay.
So yeah, totally up to you, Commissioner Fine.
Yeah,
we
I
still
agree.
have quorum, so we could approve it tonight, and it would be a subcommittee. And I think we could add members tonight as well. If not, again, completely up to you. I definitely have it at, I mean, basically it'd be old business, so it'd be at the top of the agenda for our next meeting.
I think it's wise to wait, because then we can get feedback from other people to find out if there's an interest. The other thing is by the end of June, the community engagement may be sort of winding down more, and some people might want to transition. I mean, I really appreciate having it put on the agenda, but right now we're looking at a really slim number of people here, and everybody's tired, and thinking about more and work when we're tired is not great.
Agreed. And, I would just mention for a task force that compared to how other reimagining processes have been structured, we have a small number of people doing a lot of work. So first, just thank you to all of you. We're doing work at the subcommittee, bringing great questions, because we're doing a lot, and other processes have had, 20 panels for one item that we're all considering as 17 people. So we'll manage, but yeah, it's going to be some work. Okay, so if you're okay, pushing that
Yeah,
to the
I'm
next
okay.
meeting.
Are you willing to put
Okay.
it near the top, though?
So, yes. Mr. Ryman, do we need to motion, or if we just does this carry over? Sometimes I get the PRC and regular rules confused.
Whether it's carried over or not, I mean, when we send the agenda to you, Chair, is sort of to review before it goes out. I mean, we'll make sure to make note to put it at the top of the agenda, but you know, you'll have the ability to give us direction so we can get it corrected, so we can end this conversation and then pick it back up at the next meeting. That's totally fine.
Okay. No,
yeah.
Sounds good. Okay. Last agenda item, items for future agenda. Well, actually, we don't have anything there right now. Unless anyone would like to post something now, but any hands? Seeing
We
none.
do have a public
comment.
comment hand up.
Okay, yes, let's hear from Kelly.
Yeah. Kelly, you're in.
Okay, thank you. It feels like you have some kind of deadline that you're supposed to complete this work. And the kind of work that you're doing really can't be done on a quick cycle. You need to have time to work through it. I think you ought to look at your meetings and try to not make this a marathon contest for your members. You have a lot to cover, and I just wish that you could look at your work as taking as long as you need to get it done and to do it right, rather than to have some deadline that you're going to have it all completed by some date. Anyway, that's what it feels like. And you ought to feel comfortable just saying, we're going to continue items, and maybe you need to call an extra meeting. So just in terms of working through it. And that was the extent of my comment. Thank you. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you.
No more raised hands, Chair.
Okay. Motion to adjourn.
Yay.
We adjourn.
I think there were about 3 or 4 seconds. I don't know who had it, but and yeah, Ms. Calderon, whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Was that Upton that second? Yeah, I missed
yeah,
that.
That was Upton.
Okay, and Chair Mizell, you motioned, right?
Yes, and Ms. Calderon, I actually wanted to go back, 10 minutes ago and say thank you for adding those marks in the YouTube video. As someone who's gone through so many city council meetings, ASUC meetings, trying to find the point, I know I probably won't watch these meetings back as much, but I do appreciate that. I know it's probably a thankless thing, so thank you for doing that.
Thank you. Thank you. Motion to adjourn. Commissioner Fine.
Yes.
Commissioner Ajigu.
Yes.
Vice Chair Chima.
Yes.
Commissioner Blake, absent. Commissioner Lindheim.
Yes.
Commissioner Dangerfield.
Yes.
Commissioner Ghosh.
Yes.
Commissioner Hyde.
Yes.
Commissioner Malvido, absent. Commissioner Polk, absent. Commissioner Upton.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, absent. Commissioner Harger, absent. Commissioner Diaz, absent. Commissioner Lutzker.
Yes.
Commissioner Ho, absent. And Chair Mizell.
Yes,
Thank you, everyone.
meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Take care. Have a